This isn't just a 1,000-to-1 shot. This is a professional blood sport.
What is so important about driving faster than anyone else?
Box.
Hello and welcome to Commsverse and the first of our micro-event series in partnership with UC Today, collaborating in a universal workplace. When we were asked to come up with the concept for this first micro-event in the series, we thought, what's more topical than where we all find ourselves in one way or another? Whether that's working in challenging settings and in challenging conditions, doing things we thought we'd never have to do, whether it's trying to be your kid's teacher, all while trying to attend online meetings at the kitchen table. A year ago, the world changed, and we all got sent home. And we just had to deal with it. We had to figure it out and make it work. We called the event Collaborating in a Universal Workplace for that very reason. We all had to find a way to work with our colleagues and our customers, however and wherever we can. As professionals, we've seen a tremendous uptick in the use of technology that helps support our new way of working. We've seen hundreds of businesses transformed overnight, rapidly migrating to Teams, whether it was because they couldn't take their desk phone home with them, or to give them a way to conduct meetings with customers, or just to help stay in touch with their team. Our goal is that you take away some tips and some best practices from people that have lived it and also helped others achieve it. As always, Commsverse is an event put on by the community for the community. The community is tremendously important to us. So all of our speakers are from the community that we so love. And we hope that you're going to enjoy what we've got in store for you. Our first session is from Adam Ball. Adam's going to talk about burnout and what it truly means to be so busy that you work yourself ragged. He's also going to give you some tips and tricks on how to regain that balance in our lives. After that, we've got Ståle Hansen and Steve Goodman, and they're going to be talking about how to effectively work remotely. As people that have been working remotely for a number of years, they should hopefully be able to give you some tips and tricks on how to do it effectively. You'll hopefully find something in their session that helps you. After Ståle and Steve's session, we'll hope you stick around for some networking. We got a Teams meeting with some activities, some quizzes, maybe some prizes to be won. After the networking session, we've got Karoliina and Alex talking about how to make collaboration work in a team, using things like Teams to stay in touch with your colleagues and achieve your objectives. After that, we've got Jeff Schertz talking about the modern office and some technology that should help transform the way you work, whether it's from home or whether it's in an office or a hybrid of the two. We got some more networking. And after that, we've got Chris Hoard talking about making virtual meetings more engaging. We're all in a lot of online meetings these days, and there's nothing worse than sitting there feeling like you're not getting anything done. He's going to share some best practices and some tips on how to make the meetings actually feel a little more engaging and a bit more inclusive. Our last session of the day is Collaboration Success Stories. It's a panel session with MVPs Amanda Sterner, Martina Grom, Tom Arbuthnot, and Steve Goodman, and hosted by me. And I'm going to be asking about the challenges they faced in 2020, both personally and professionally, with their customers, what success stories they had, and of course what the future holds. We hope you have a great event.
Welcome everyone. We thought it'd be interesting to share how I guess we as a family are juggling a work, life and teaching balance. And I think like a lot of families are at the moment. Also this week we've had some builders in the house as well. So we've had to clear all the rooms upstairs. So the usual place that I work and my wife work is off limits, and we've had to juggle stuff all around the house. For these builders to do some work, and that's added an extra factor into this week as well, particularly. So come join us. I think, well, come join me for some highlights of my day, from teaching reception class, year 1, followed by working, avoiding builders, a crazy puppy Dexter who's razzing around, and Murphy, the ginger cat, who seems to want to join me on all my team calls, and I think was above my shoulder.
What do you want to learn about today, Spence? He sits there, does he? What do you want to learn about today? Are we teaching all of your teddies today as well?
Just going to meet you upstairs in Spencer's bedroom. Didn't get to use the bed, but lay on the floor and did a little bit of work there.
Time for some more printing. No! Somebody's in my chair. Time for some more printing. Woohoo! Gotta make sure we got our monster picture. Let's see if it's a bit quieter in here for a bit.
So as you can see, we're all in the same boat together, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully, by summer, who knows, maybe we can have an in-person event. I absolutely hope so. But before we just jump into the event and the content of the speakers, just to navigate around this event space, on the right up here, you'll see the Discord channel. This is where we're going to be chatting throughout the session. Just simply press connect, enter your Discord username. If you don't have one, only takes a few seconds to create one, and ask any questions, have a conversation while the event's going on. The more engaged you are, the more engaged we'll be, and it'll make a successful event. Down below, you'll see the timeline of the sessions that we have up up and coming for you. And as well, to the bottom right down here, there is a link to a Teams meeting, and this Teams meeting will be open throughout the session. You're free to join that. Our dedicated network sessions will be hosted in that Microsoft Teams meeting, where Ben Lee is there waiting for you. So you can have a chat in there too if the Discord channel isn't suitable for you. Well, before I leave you to the content, I wanted just to let you know that Commsverse 2021 is still in the works. Our in-person event, we really hope to be able to do something on the 29th and 30th of June this year at Mercedes-Benz World. Tickets are open for purchase today. They are pre-order, so you don't have to pay anything today. You simply reserve your ticket and you'll just get a payment link if we confirm the event, and it's down to you then whether you want to go ahead with your purchase and come and join us, or simply decide that it's not for you. So with that, sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy what we have in store for you.
What a difference a year makes. Who knew that a year ago, many of us would be suffering from the desire to get out because we've been locked up in our homes. We've become homeschool teachers. We've been working 24/7. We've watched everything that we can on Netflix or Amazon Prime or your streaming service of choice. Wow, just wow. I remember a year ago, I was just returning from my last business trip that I've taken. I haven't taken another business trip since then. And for somebody who was on the road at least twice a month, if not more, that was really hard. There's road warriors who were on the road way more than I was, and that's a big shift in our lives. For many of us, the shift to work from home instead of in an office has been a tremendous hurdle to overcome. I know when everything started a year ago, many people thought, hey, this is going to be great. It's a 2-week snow day or something of that nature. Who knew that we'd be here a year from now at that point in time? And here we are talking about burnout. We're talking about how does this stuff lead up to where we feel today. A year ago, I had just gotten back from a business trip, but even just prior to that, I was talking at Ignite the Tour, had previously done a speaking engagement at Microsoft Ignite 2019. I actually presented this topic on burnout. And when we were talking about that, it was really the whole idea was about being overworked and things like that, and what led to burnout in that society. And now everything has changed. The world has changed. We're going to see the repercussions from COVID-19 for years to come as people start to get vaccinated and going back into the workplace. What will that look like as we go forward? But more importantly, how do we take this past year and take the feelings that we've had, and for those of us who might be feeling burned out, how do we move forward with that? And as we go forward today, I really just want to kind of have folks lean into what I'm saying and kind of get into this from the mindset of one, you're not alone. Two, you can recognize what's going on. And three, you can overcome it. And so I'm going to keep doing these things in threes today. You'll see that here as we go along. But today we're going to talk about burnout, and I'm, you have this slide up here just to give some levity to it, but we're not talking about just whether it's the video games. I've actually had people ask me that question when I talk about burnout, or what we could do in cars. But really what we're going to talk about is what is burnout, what is the causes of burnout, and then how do we combat them. So those three things we're going to kind of get into as we move forward here. So what is burnout? Very specifically, I want to call out that burnout is the reaction of what we get with chronic stress. And with chronic stress that we might have in our lives, the important thing is to note is that we have stressors that then cause stress, and chronic stress creates burnout. We're not just talking about, to quote one of my favorite movies, that we all have a case of the Mondays. We all feel down at times, and we might be tired. We may have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Let's be clear, that's not burnout. That's just you're having a bad day. You're tired. You've had a lot of stuff happening in your life. Those are all good things, but those are all short-lived things. Burnout is chronic stress. And what I want to get into is that stress, you'll hear somebody say, oh, I'm so stressed out. And that may be true. But stress is the physiological and neurological response to stressors. So we have stressors that create stress, and chronic prolonged stress is what creates burnout. So we have this journey to go through. So I want to talk about it. And I know people might be like, Adam, you're nitpicking, and it's true. You might call what I'm going to call stressors what you might call stress, but we're going to kind of define this in this way because it's important to note that stressors create stress. Chronic stress creates burnout. And, when we talk about stressors, there's lots of examples of stressors. First off, overwork. We can all get overworked very easily. And COVID, being locked down in your home and everything, a lot of people have found that they are just working more, right? And you might have worked a lot before COVID, and now all of a sudden we've got more work happening, right? Maybe your business, maybe your organization had to have a reduction in force, unfortunately, and now you're doing the job of 2 or 3 people because you know what? You're just sitting there. You got nothing else to do. You've watched everything on Netflix. You've done the puzzles, all that. You got nothing left to do, so you're just working all the time. That can be a big stressor. Or maybe you just want to be that guy, that woman who everybody knows will get things done, and you've just taken on too much. That's pot calling kettle black here, because I know that I'll do that very often. Sometimes we'll have conflicting priorities. We might have multiple bosses. We have my direct line boss, but then I have dotted line bosses, and from my famous movie, again, I always hear, I got 8 bosses, Bob. 8 bosses, and they're all throwing things at me. Well, is it Susie's priority that is the top priority, or is it Bob's, or is it Joe's, or is it Jill's? I don't know. And so when we have those conflicting priorities, it can feel overwhelming and create stress in our lives. That's a stressor. Family, even. Family can be a stressor. And I know that you're thinking like, well, no, I mean, my family's great. Or maybe you're thinking, preach. I don't know what you're thinking here, but maybe your wife or your husband is putting stress on you because they're demanding more from you. They're saying you're home all the time. Can you help out? Which you should probably. But if you've got a lot of other things going on, you're overworked, you got misaligned priorities, that can become a stressor. Or maybe you've got to get help little Johnny or little Susie with homeschooling all of a sudden because they can't go to school because of the pandemic. That can create stress. In pre-pandemic times, it might have been, I need to get Johnny or Susie to baseball, basketball, dance, acting, whatever it might be that they're engaged in. And you've got to get them from one side of town to the other in 15 minutes, but it's really a 30 or 40 minute drive. you're just stressed out. This is why we see people with road rage and things like that. So family can become a stressor as well. We also have this idea, and I'm going to call out Americans here very specifically, the idea for the struggle of more. We all want more. And so we start to take on more and more, especially when it comes to things like houses, cars, vacations, for those of us who take vacations. But, you want to have the latest and greatest. Maybe it's an Apple Watch or what have you. It doesn't matter. There's this constant vision to get more. It's interesting here in the US where I'm based. Since 1950 to today, the average size of a home has gone from average 1,300 square feet to 2,300 square feet. It's almost doubling the size of our houses and more than doubling the size of our mortgages. And now all of a sudden people are taking out these ridiculous mortgages. I know that I've been guilty about this in the past of taking out a huge car loan because I wanted that truck and I got it. But then all of a sudden now I've got payments every month, and if I lose my job and I'm living less and less happy or stress-free because of the fact that I've got this stressor in my life, which is that payment. Every month they need that payment, and that creates stress within our lives. In addition, here in America, I'll just say this, I'll kind of highlight it. Americans love a great sale. If you tell us that it's 50% off, awesome, we'll buy two. It's kind of crazy because instead we didn't save 50%, we just bought more. And the best way to save is to not buy it, and you'll save 100%. But we're not here for a Dave Ramsey talk or anything like that. But I'm just gonna call it out. We love sales and we buy. We're suckers for it. It's kind of funny. So again, we're looking at all those stressors, and you can think of whatever stressor is in your life right now. I'm sure you can pick it out in the top of your head. It's probably jumped to you. And ultimately, what's going on is we've got these stressors that are causing stress again, that chronic stress creates burnout. So that's what we're going to look at as we get into this. So why does this even matter? What are the things that matter with this? Number one, health. Okay. First off, within this idea of health, burnout creates close ties to things like depression, anxiety. It actually has a deep connection to type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, and more. Okay. We stop taking care of ourselves. Honestly, when we're burned out, we're just like, oh, like I'm just gonna sit here because I just don't even have the energy to move, right? So within our health, this becomes a big deal. So if you just kind of collapse on the couch and you don't move for years or months, you're gonna add weight. You're gonna see these things develop, and so that's a bad thing. Alone, just here in America, we spend about 190 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollars every year on healthcare related to burnout. Massive amount of money. I mean, that's just ridiculous, the amount of money that we spend as Americans. Don't even think about the rest of the world, just Americans, $190 billion. So with that, if we can tackle burnout before it gets to that point, how much could we save? If we can get healthier, that will bring down that cost, and then that cost actually gets to be allocated elsewhere for better things, in my opinion. So we're going to look at that and how we can handle that better. Secondly, productivity. Productivity gets impacted massively. We're right here in Super Bowl season here in America, and the day after the Super Bowl is always talked about with the idea that how much productivity is lost because people went out and partied on the Super Bowl. They had their drinks and everything. They come in on a Monday and they're hungover, or they don't even show up. They just take it off. And we have this massive, massive productivity loss just from the Super Bowl. When we think about this, going back to, we spend $190 billion in healthcare. That's a lot of people who are chronically burned out in having this burnout stuff. So we take that into the workforce. That's a lot of people who are now just suffering the same amount of energy drain that the day after Super Bowl happens. So we're losing productivity within that. Basically here, 1 in 4 people suffers from burnout every day. So look around you, 1 out of every 4 people is suffering from burnout every day. 50% of Americans will feel burned out during this year alone, and it's probably actually higher. That those stats were from a pre-COVID study, and so now with burnout with COVID, that's probably even higher. And so we're losing productivity, which is having a real effect on businesses and GDP and things like that. Not that it's all about money, but ultimately that productivity that happens. Third, why does this matter? Burnout doesn't happen in isolation. If I'm burned out, it doesn't just affect me, it affects everybody around me. So if I'm burned out, my attitude is going to wear on other people around me, whether that be my wife or my kids. So if my sons want to go out and play ball, they're like, hey dad, let's go throw the ball. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to, I'm burned out, I feel exhausted, I can't. Well, that's going to ultimately impact them because they need me to be engaged as a dad. My wife needs me to be engaged as a husband. And if I'm not willing to help and I'm just kind of slouching on the couch, she's taking it all on. That's a stressor in her life that's creating stress that becomes chronic stress, that becomes burnout. And you can see how this goes as a downward spiral. So that's why it really matters. And ultimately, all of these things impact our overall happiness. We were not meant to live life in a suffering model. We were meant to live life in a better way than from a burnout, depression, anxiety. That's just not what we were meant to. And I'll say this, when you surround yourself with other people who are happy, it's kind of like in baseball. I like baseball and think there's some good metaphors here, but good hitting begets good hitting. So you kind of end up in a lowest common denominator. If you bring a bunch of people together who are upbeat and happy, you will find that you are much more upbeat and happy. If you kind of surround yourself with other people who are burned out and down, you will find yourself constantly, and this goes back to that downward spiral coming down. So ultimately we want to be happy. We all want to have a much better life. So we're going to go and try to live our best life. And so with that, we're going to transition here into how to combat burnout. But first, I want to take a quick time out. I want to talk to the leaders that are here. Leaders, you must take care of yourself. Take what I'm saying to heart. Think about how it impacts you. Think about how you can protect yourself. Because if you're not protecting yourself and thinking about yourself in this case, you can't watch out for your people. And as leaders, that's what we're called to do. We're there to look out for our people, but it's so often, and we hear so often about leaders who end up burned out or committing some sort of atrocious act because they weren't thinking, they weren't on point, and they lost track of what they were doing as leaders. And it starts with burnout, right? It's easy for us to become burned out as leaders, and then all of a sudden we commit some sort of act that we really shouldn't have, or we don't treat our people with the respect and that they deserve, or we're not looking out for them, and then they get burned out and we failed at our jobs. So leaders, take this to heart. Hopefully you'll hear it and come back around it. So with this, we're going to talk about how to combat burnout. I've got three slides. Each has 3 things. We're going to talk about 3 things to change, 3 things to implement that change. And then because this is a Teams, Microsoft Teams session here, we're going to talk about 3 ways you can utilize Microsoft Teams at the end to help combat burnout. So with that, let's dive right in with that and get into this. So first off, we're going to talk about our physical aspects here. We really have to work on our physical components of our body. So walk, work out, just do something. Get up out of the chair and move. It's amazing what movement will do just to help improve your body. So don't be the person who says, my watch is charging, so I can't do a workout. Just get up and move, okay? Also, don't feel bad if you miss a day. Don't judge yourself. If you miss a day, hey, we have the next day, okay? Get out there and do something. It's funny that every day, every hour, every minute is new. We just have to start. Even just 20 minutes a day of walking. Doesn't have to get like all sweaty or anything like that. Just walking can improve your physical and mental health, from a study that was recently done back in 2015. So it's hugely critical to think about how do we get our physical bodies going. Second is our mental aspects. We want to engage in activities that are different than what we do on a day-to-day basis. This is going to help us. So this is why Sudoku or crossword puzzles become a big deal. But first off, let me tell you this. You can't completely change your mental aspects, right? So like I am personally a problem solver. I have to figure out how to engage my body physically and mentally in a different way than what I do at work. So I'm not sitting at a screen. So personally, I like to go out to the garage. I like working on cars. There's that problem solving mentality, but I'm now working with my hands and I'm thinking differently. I'm still using those same problem solving skills, but I'm having to think differently. This triggers other cognitive building aspects. So whether that's for you, might be video games. I know a lot of people like to play video games to kind of check out for a little bit, but it still can create that mental aspect. That's great. I would encourage you to walk away from a screen if you're spending a lot of time during the day at screens. But definitely don't just sit there and mindlessly scroll through things like on Instagram or Facebook, etc. Get yourself out of that rut and go and get moving and challenge yourself mentally. Third, we're going to talk about rest. Here we're talking about rest here. We need to find ways to rest, whether that's taking a vacation. Americans, we're terrible at it, right? We start bragging about how many days we have in the bank. Take your PTO, go and get at it. In America here, 705 million days off are unused every year. Think about this year during the pandemic, even more days off were not taken because we had nowhere else to go. And that becomes a critical issue. So we need to figure out how to rest, whether we build margin into our lives by setting a goal for bedtime and getting up at the same times, right? And getting that rest by getting our sleep better, or taking time off. We need to do that better. So how do we implement these changes? We just talked about it, right? We got physical, we've got mental, and we've got rest. How do we do this? First off, we have to make a choice. We have to make the choice to say we're going to change, right? It's just like any other change that we're going to make. We've got to say we're drawing a line in the sand, whether that's, we just went through New Year's and lots of people make resolutions. Doesn't matter. You don't have to wait till January 1st. It could be tomorrow, it could be right this minute. You can make that choice. I'm tired of being burned out. I'm going to make a change. So with that, find somebody as you make a choice. Be willing to talk with somebody. Be willing to tell people about it. You can't just internalize it. You have to be willing to talk to somebody and kind of let it be out there and let it be known. Having that person to talk to and sound off with can really help with that. So if you don't have that friend or that confidant, there are professionals that can help with this, and I'll just encourage you, there's no stigma there. Please just be willing to make that choice and get help. Secondly, we have to prioritize. We have to be able to say that we're going to consolidate our priorities. We already talked about priorities can be overwhelming. Get those priorities on a list and start to look at them. Be willing to talk to your boss about what is the top priorities. If you have more than 3, you don't have it right. I'll just be honest. Think about your priorities, get your task list together, focus on the top 1, 2, 3 of them, put all the rest to the side, tackle those, and then once you've got those done, come back and reprioritize. It's kind of a lather, rinse, repeat kind of model. Third, we've got guardrails. Guardrails are never right at the edge. Guardrails are always set in so that if we hit them, that we don't go over the edge, right? So guardrails are inside that safety zone, and we need guardrails as people. So if you're a night owl, I'm gonna just kind of comment on a few things. If you're a night owl and you like to work at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., great, more power to you. It's not me. But what I want to suggest is if you're sending emails at that time, set them to delay. And the reason being is you don't want to create a culture within your organization that says work all the time. And that's what you're doing if you're sending emails at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then sending them at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. People in your organization will start to follow suit and they will get burned out. Set those emails, delegate them out to, delay them out to 8 a.m. so that people will feel like they don't have to respond right away. They're not up anyways, so just let them be. Next thing, book meetings. Your meetings to be shorter than 30 minutes or 60 minutes. Start at 25 and 50, and when that little reminder says you've got 5 minutes left in the meeting, pops up inside of Microsoft Teams, start your wrap up then. Don't wait 5 minutes. Start your wrap up 5 minutes before the end of the meeting and actually finish on time. Give people margin back in their lives so that they can actually get up from their chairs, grab a water, grab a snack, go to the restroom, whatever that might be. And I'm going to say this, use Teams. Like, right, we've got these things in Teams like the 5-minute reminder to let you know that you're going to be done in 5 minutes. So get out of email, get into Teams. We'll talk about that more in just a second. Lastly, for guardrail, be willing to turn off your computer. Don't just kind of be like, oh, I can get this quick email out. Shut your computer down at night, walk away from it, don't touch it till the next morning. It will make your life better. Turn off your alerts on your phone. Don't become the Pavlov's dog to the email icon on your phone. That'll make life a lot better for yourself. And leaders, we need to encourage our people to do this ourselves. So, and I'm going to talk about this for implementing change. I've had people come up to me and talk about this and say, hey, I think I need to change jobs. The grass isn't always greener. I'm just going to tell you that up front. I work with lots of organizations and I see the same problems organization to organization when I talk to people. I hear the same frustrations. So if your organization is truly treating you bad, changing jobs might be the right thing, but it is a drastic change. But you may need that, okay? I will say this, my wife, who is much wiser and much smarter than me, has a saying. She will tell you that a workaholic changing jobs is like an alcoholic changing bars. And if that describes you, you're a workaholic and you're just changing jobs, make sure you're not just changing the location of what you're doing and that you're continuing your bad habits. As somebody who just started their own business a few years ago, she kind of amended that to say, and now we own the bar. And that's extremely true. I find that myself, I will be working at nights or weekends or things like that, and it's really troublesome. And so I have to put those guardrails back in. So as we end up and wrap up here, I really want to talk about this from the standpoint of 3 ways that you can use Microsoft Teams to combat burnout. First, don't treat it like email. This is a big one. If you are just treating Teams like it's your Outlook, what you'll find is that you went from 1 inbox to now you have 47 inboxes. If you think you need to read everything, if you see bold letters and you need to read it, that's your OCD or whatever, you need to break your habits of that. I'll just tell you up front, I had to do it. And so this is kind of a critical thing. Highly recommend learn to let go and not be forced to read everything. Secondly, use Teams to delegate. By forcing conversations out of email and into Teams, your teammates can actually answer for you. And so you don't have to become that single point of failure or that single point of success for a project. Get that stuff out into the conversational aspects and let the team discuss amongst themselves. You'll find that people will rise to the occasion and you won't feel overwhelmed. Third and finally, tune your activity feed. I know people who will, again, this is like you see that email icon on your phone and you're like, hey, I need to respond. You see that activity? I know people who turn off all notifications for Teams and then they selectively look at what they need to, or they'll look at things when they have time. You tune your activity feed so that you only see what's important. This is really a struggle, but it's really important and critical to do. So those are the 3 things to do with this. As we kind of wrap up, I want to just encourage you to reach out, talk to folks. You can reach out to me on Twitter. I'm happy to talk to folks about this. I have gone through it. I can tell my story of being burned out in the past, but find people to talk to. Highly encourage you to maybe get out, get moving. Hopefully something here has struck you. And if it has, feel free to give me a shout out and tell me what you found in your own life. And I'd love to hear from you. So from over here in Colorado, thank you and appreciate you letting me have a chance to chat with you. Thanks.
Being both technical and creative.
So I just wanted to check in with you guys and talk about
democracies respond to those scandals. My apologies.
Hello. Hi, Ståle. How are you?
Hey, Steve. I'm good. How are you?
And look at that. That's perfect. Just like that advert that we just saw. You
Yeah,
got someone
it's the
walking
home
in behind
office,
you. Yes. did you plan that secretly?
Yes, we timed it. Like, you come now. No,
Come
actually,
on, kids. Come on, kids. I'll get them all in here. It's funny. As we're about to get ours together, my wife said, "Oh, I'm popping out. I'll just leave you with the kids. Is that okay?" I'm like, there was something I'm just about to do. So hello, everybody. I'm Steve Goodman. Ståle, I'm so happy to see you again. We used to do this every week, didn't we?
Yeah, the UC Architects podcast. That was good times.
Yes, good times. Oh, it seems like a world away when I was sitting with you in a hotel in Norway and we were chewing the fat with a microphone in front of us.
That's
good
true.
Times.
But you continued the podcasting, haven't you?
I just can't stop.
No.
No.
But you're the one with you're the one with the radio voice, though. So.
Well, I've noticed everybody's got a podcast these days, so I'm not in the minority anymore. When we started the UC Architects, I think we were the first sort of Skype, what was it, LinkedIn type podcast in that area, and now there are absolutely hundreds. So how have you been? How's life been treating you?
Yeah, home office and stuff. So been doing that for some time now, and it's okay. I do have my dedicated space. I have added some trinkets in the back, you see, and trying to make it nice. How about you?
Yeah. We're moving house. We've got to find somewhere a little bit bigger. But I was lucky that I've worked from home for a long time, so I already had an office. I know that's quite a luxury, really, isn't it, to have a room at home that takes you away from everything else that's going on in the house. So it hasn't been too bad. But I've ended up investing in some additional technology, new headsets, some of the stuff that we'll talk about today. But I must say, since Christmas, I found things much tougher. I think being at home, not being out on the road, especially in the winter as well, has taken more of a toll than I expected. And I can't wait for things to change a little bit, whether that's the weather or what have you. How's your mental health going?
Yeah, I'm about the same. So actually, the last time I was out traveling, at least for work, was Teamsdagen back in March, I think, in last year. So it's almost 12 months since I've been doing business trips. We managed to do a vacation where we traveled this summer, but after that, we've only been at home. And I do have a company, Cloudway, where we built everything around home offices. We don't have any offices at all, and we are spread around in Norway, Sweden, Ireland, the US. But we always had somewhere to travel, at least once a month, maybe more often as well, out to customers. We were at conferences, and we could travel for vacation. So I'm really feeling that right now, that we're not like able to disconnect, go other places. So our favorite vacation spot is Orlando because it's like
Yes.
warm and you can do stuff. And we haven't been there for a year. We used to be there 5 times a year. So yeah, I'm feeling it, man.
I bet you guys, it is all right for some. 5 times a year. Some of that's business as well, conferences and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a fair few holidays. And the prospect of going to Orlando right now, with all this going on, doesn't seem so great. But as you say, summer last year, for a lot of people, wasn't too bad. The winter was really dragged on a little bit. For me, the last time I was on site with a customer, it was kind of weird. Things were different, but it was something like September time. But that's the only time I've went to a customer site since March last year. So we've had to do things, very, very differently. And like in the session before, it does have a certain mental load. And at the end of the day, you do feel sort of a bit tired, right?
Yeah. Right. So yeah, it feels a bit like that GIF over there, right?
Yeah.
So you finish for work and then you go sit down next to you and then you're off work, but it's the same.
Yes. So we'll talk a bit more about disconnecting and all of that sort of well-being thing. But it's when we were chatting to plan out this session, we talked quite a lot about how that is so many people's days, right? Where you don't feel like work has properly ended, which is kind of weird. I really struggled at the beginning of the year to get back into work after being off for Christmas for so long. How was it for you?
Yeah, same. It was hard starting up in January. And I was actually planning to take the first week of January off, but then I figured, what's the point? I was just in the room next to the office, and I could sit down and work instead. Like, what's the point?
I've seen a lot of people do this where they do try and separate work and home, and in the section where we're talking about getting the right kit, there is a sort of overlap, especially if you're investing yourself. But certainly, getting into the right frame of mind and being able to put work behind you is really, really important. So after Christmas, probably for the first time in a while, this was the point where I thought I'm just not mentally prepared to be in working from home mode again now. It just doesn't sort of compute. So I was putting on the work shirt. I didn't go as far as trousers and shoes, but I put on the work shirt. I made myself a little bit more smarter in the morning, and at the end of the day, changed as well. I'm not doing that now, but it was. I found it quite essential to get back into the actual work mode again and try and put a line between the two, because every day, can feel very much the same.
Yep.
So I've seen a lot of the things you've done over the last few months. In fact, I've always been impressed by your home office, to be fair. I think when I moved into the house I'm in 5 years ago, I had your office set up at the time in mind because I always thought it looked great. And for my next home office, I'm going to be looking back to some of the pictures you've posted. So you haven't just got the right headsets and stuff like that. You've went a bit further in your house to make things a bit better, haven't you?
Yeah, and since we did the UC Architects and all that, I also moved. And we moved into a place where it wasn't like a big office space or it was just a small room with really bad lighting. Yeah. So what we did, I think it's about a year ago, we renovated that room, put in some new floors and refurnished it. So, but the most important thing I found that helped the most was lighting.
Yeah,
lots of lighting, and light up those corners. use Philips Hue or those cheaper IKEA things. Do some cool stuff with smart lighting. As you see, I have lights on the desk behind me. I have lights behind my screen. And also I have corner lights as well. And it makes the room so much bigger. And also I can have the correct color on the lighting as well, which is good for concentration.
And with long winters as well, having the what is they call it when you have natural light shining in to make you feel a little less depressed.
Yeah, I think it's called daylight or something.
It's called daylight, yes. There is a specific term for that. This isn't something we prepare for, but it pops into my mind. But it is to stop you feeling depressed and sad.
Yeah,
when you
it's
haven't
like
got the natural light coming in, and it is going in at sort of, I think, it's a cool color temperature or natural color temperature, so sort of 5,000 K. But that's supposed to make a difference in terms of your well-being as well, having the right lighting.
Yeah, so I actually have timers on my lighting. So after 6 o'clock in the evening, the light goes down a bit, changes, gets more warmer and so on, but it's more colder when I'm working and being focused.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to dim the light as well during the evenings. Everything is timed, and that way you can differentiate as well, even though you're in the same place. Because you're doing other stuff in your office as well, it just feels different.
Yeah, and I've noticed some of this can be reasonably cheap, especially if you're buying kit off Amazon. But the quality can be quite variable. I got some of these Elgato key lights a couple of months back, and they're pretty good. But whether they were worth the investment, I'm still on the fence. I think there's some other options for putting those together where you want LED lights, where they've got some adjusters to change the color temperature. If you're going for a lower end option, you usually need quite a lot of light. Some of the sort of $30 type ring lights you can buy can be they're not that great, to be honest. They look bright in front of you, but really they're aimed at sort of a selfie or something like that for home use. If they're sitting on your monitor in front, they can be quite bad. So it's worth spending a little bit more.
When I started using ring light for my YouTube videos, I actually saw a big difference. So actually using a ring light right now, it's over here, and the biggest mistake I did in the first video was to turn it up too much. I was like, I was like this. I can't see anything. I looked really tired. and so on. So don't overdo it, of course. But the ring light removes all shadows from your face, and that actually helps a lot.
Yeah,
like that.
So they're good, but you don't want to go for the cheapest one. The cheapest one, you'll see it and you'll be like, "Oh, I've got a ring light," but then no one else can see. It's not. It won't even light you up. You need to read the reviews. Go for some of the recommendations out there. The Elgato is obviously a bit more expensive. They are really good, and they have an app that works with the computer as well. So you can change the color temperature. You can switch them off and on, all that sort of stuff while you're in meetings. I find that quite useful because I don't want them on when I'm not in a meeting, and I also don't want to get up off my desk because I'm obviously lazy, and switch them off either. So they're pretty good, but this is an advert for those, I should say.
Yeah, yeah, and also that's for meetings, and that's what Jeff is going to talk about, and Chris.
Yeah, and we've also talked about getting the right kit, the right headsets as well. And we were having a conversation on Twitter the other day about this topic, because you were saying you really love decked headsets when we were preparing for this. And I'm like, I think I need a decked headset. And I've had a Plantronics Voyager Focus UC for a couple of years now, but unfortunately, if you can see that, it's starting to come apart, and it's falling apart at the seams, and it's had a good life, but unfortunately, these vendors, unlike some UC Pros. Don't send me all the latest kit. So I have to put my hand in my pocket myself and buy some. So I thought, well, if I'm going to buy something, it's got to be a decked headset. What do you look for though in a headset other than range and comfortableness?
Yeah, so people may know me as the guy who says that you need to use a certified for Teams device. I've been talking about that and been passionate about that for quite some time, and that's a real thing.
Yeah.
But when I were traveling more, a travel headset was super important for me. And having like that all-in-one headset. So I want good audio, so I can really listen to some really quality music, good bass and all that. And I want it to be noise canceling, which was important, especially when traveling. But typically, if you have a certified for Teams headset, you typically have noise canceling in the microphone as well. And that's where the major difference is between a consumer headset and a Teams headset. So that's what I were looking for. And typically those travel headsets are Bluetooth based, which is great. But Bluetooth isn't like the best protocol for wireless. Let's just say that. And so for the past year, I've been using a decked headset at home.
Yeah.
And it's a more lightweight headset, so it doesn't dominate my head. So when I have back to back meetings, I don't get tired. And also I need to use a headset because my wife is right there. So we can't have speaker devices because of those reasons. So that's why I like a decked headset, because it has so much range that I can go get a coffee. During a call, and I usually do that. Sometimes I have like 10 minutes before a call, and then I can focus. I can do something now for those 10 minutes instead of go getting a coffee, because I can start a meeting by getting a coffee while everyone gets settled in. So for home office, especially that we have been spent so much time at the home office, a decked headset. That's you need to do that.
And this, despite it falling apart, this has traveled the entire world with me. It has been the headset that I've went as far as taking the bins out with it, but that's the point that it sort of cuts off. If I go downstairs, go to the front door, like, can you still hear me, everybody? I would, so I wouldn't normally risk it, only if I really, really had to. So I think that's important, the range. You touched on a really important point though, with getting the right kit, and I've seen a lot of people having to make do with things that they had already, or not recognizing the importance of having a certified device. So I'm using this microphone here. We're not doing this over Teams. I don't use this for my work meetings, okay? Because it's not certified. It looks a bit silly as well when I'm in a work meeting. I don't want to be that guy who thinks that they're a streamer when we're trying to have a serious discussion. But also, it's really useful to be able to have a bit of flexibility to sit back. But I've seen people have Bluetooth headsets and then they're just hooking them up to the native Bluetooth stack in Windows, and that is a big no-no.
Yeah.
So you do want to get a Team certified headset. But even if you buy one like this, where it is Team certified, you need to make sure you've got the right dongle for it, because they're effectively acting like a sound card for the machine. So a Bluetooth adapter, but it's interfacing like a sound card as well as the other Teams integrated features to provide better sound quality than you get through the normal stack. And a lot of people do complain when they hook up a normal Bluetooth headset, gaming headset, anything like that that's natively just connecting to Windows, so that they get a really bad experience. And I've seen people post saying, I'm hearing background noise, hissing, all sorts of things. And that's definitely just worth that little bit extra to make sure that it is certified. And I think decked headsets are going to be the way forward for me as well. So seating, do you think it's important to have the right kit around you, seats, a lot of people have been working from the kitchen for the last year.
No, I think it's fine. Just find a wooden chair without the back, sit on it for day in and day out. Let's do that.
Yes. Unfortunately, this has been the case for a lot of people, right? And we talk about this so much in the sessions today, but this isn't going away. So this is, either get work to invest in this for you, your employer, if that's how things work where you work, or for yourself as well. And we were talking about there's value in buying the right PC, having a gaming PC for pleasure. If you're going to be playing games of an evening, if you're going to be chatting to your friends over Zoom or ideally Teams, then you probably do want to get a good chair because you're going to sit in it for a long time. And even if your employer will buy you an okay chair, then having the right stuff, it's your back at the end of the day. It's a worthwhile investment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And what we see now, I saw IKEA is starting to sell gaming equipment now and gaming furniture. And I think if you're looking at gaming per se and those kind of chairs, those kind of setups, I think you get a lot for the buck. You get a good chair which is adjustable and it's meant to be sitting in. Better than buying like an office chair, maybe. Right now, I actually do have a gaming chair, and by Secret Labs. And I was thinking about, should I buy a chair for $400 or should I buy a chair for $2,000? So I wanted to try the one to $400 first, and it turns out it's good.
You have
the alternative, right? Because I want to have good equipment. And
what was the $2,000 option? Was it Herman Miller or something like that?
That is like some super awesome chair, like meant for 24/7 seating and all that. But I use my chair day in and day out. I may spend 16 hours in the chair, not necessarily doing work, but I could be attending meetings. I could be gaming. I do gaming as well. And so I'm going to spend a lot of time in there. And actually, last year, I had to go to the chiropractor because I had the wrong sitting position because the chair I had was broken. So without noticing it, I was like stretching my hand over like this and maybe like sitting the wrong position as well. Yeah. And that's not something you notice initially, but suddenly you get worn out, actually. So I had to go for over half a year. I had to go to a chiropractor to straighten it back up. So to get a good sitting position as well it's super important.
Yeah, and this is one of these things where employers in the UK, especially if people were going to go and work from home, then there would sometimes be a case, especially when they called it teleworking, for such an old term, that people would be provided with the right desk and kit. And I think that has certainly went out the window. If you've started a job and it's remote, then I know at my employer, I chose to be remote. So I provide, my own desk and stuff like that. But there's not the same focus, everywhere on the health and safety aspects of it. So, and to be frank, you do need to take some of your own responsibility for it, because it's not just having the good chair, as you say, it's the way that you sit. It's also getting up and having a walk as well during the day, so you don't end up with arthritis or something like that in your knees.
That's why I drink coffee, because then I have to walk to the coffee machine at least.
Yes, absolutely. But I've done exactly the same thing. So it has been, I decided late last year I'm probably going to start doing a bit more gaming, stuff like that. Bit of streaming as well, recording videos, upgraded the PC, got some better stuff for the games, so can play with the kids and do some of that as well, because that's how they're playing with their friends as well. So it becomes a bit more sort of dual purpose. However, my decisions around chairs are not $400 to $2,000; they're more $100 to $400. So
yeah, but it's a good investment, because you're going to spend a lot of time. It's like your bed that you sleep in. Yeah, it's important to get that right, because it's about you getting rested and the correct position. So if you're going to invest in something, invest in the chair.
And we've also seen that there's more things outside of just having the right PC and kit like that. And later on, we're going to, and in the next session, talk about hybrid future model of work. But having some of this Teams focused stuff is quite useful though as well. So you've got one of these new Teams displays. How are you using it amongst your other stuff?
Yeah, I'm testing it. I think it's an interesting use case, but right now I'm using it less and less. And the main reason for that, it doesn't have dark mode. So it's a really bright screen actually.
Yeah.
It's in front of you all the time. But I have it standing here, and I'm trying to use it, especially when I'm consuming meetings and not like partaking in them. So I think it's a great way to offload your main screen to have that always available meeting option.
Yeah, and they make a lot of sense in that scenario, because I started off with 2 screens at the beginning of the pandemic and all that sort of stuff, and I've moved to 1 really, because that's all I feel like I need. I'd rather have a wider one than 2 screens, which makes presenting a little bit tougher. So I bring in another computer and just project across to that laptop to give me temporarily 2 screens. But I actually like that idea of that model, where if I'm going to consume stuff, I'll just have that sort of device.
Yep.
The other area where we're thinking about personal devices that come into the home, sort of in the higher end of things, is the Microsoft Teams rooms on Android, where there's a personal mode coming as well. And I like the sound of that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's for home office. It could be, but maybe it's more for in the office to have that.
It's an expensive model, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can buy Dell screens now with cameras as well. They are super expensive too.
Yeah, they are. So what's how much is a collab bar, as most people will know it, MTR on Android? $1,500 ish, sort of starting point.
Yeah.
So maybe the boss will get one, but it's not. Right. It's not going to. I would not buy one for work for myself. It's a bit on the high end, but the idea of being able to have a bigger screen on the wall for meetings and stuff like that, it's always seems compelling, though. That whole idea and concept of not needing to sit down, because I can't stand up for a video meeting so easily.
Right. Yep.
Have you got stand up?
Let's talk about digital well-being, Steve.
Yes. Yeah. We really should. So. Digital well-being is something that we were planning to talk about in our session before Microsoft came and started reminding us of their new line of products on this. But we will talk about that in just a bit. But disconnecting has been a big thing for helping with your well-being of late, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's and this I did digital well-being workshops actually internally in Cloudway and for customers as well. And what we see is that people are not conscious about disconnecting. They get notifications from everything, and they don't think about how much distraction or time it takes. So my recommendation is to practice disconnecting, removing those notifications. On Android, at least, you also have a digital well-being mode where you can block applications for a certain point in time. So typically I block social media and work apps in the weekend.
Yeah.
So it's an extra step to go into them, because you're unconsciously sometimes opening them. At least I am, and it may be just me because I'm an addict, of course. But so I need to work with this. But this doesn't only apply to working from home. It's in general that we need to be more conscious about this. And I think Teams is a good example of that as well, because now we have those kind of social media ways of getting your attention at work as well, which means that you need to be even more conscious.
Yeah, and that does seem to be a thing. I've seen a lot of people posting about how they'll open an app, they'll look at something, they'll scroll, then they'll close the app, and then they'll open that app again and do the same thing. And you're doom scrolling. Certainly before Christmas, with the previous American administration, was definitely a thing. Perhaps a little less so these days. but it's really easy to get sort of tied in, and I have removed all of my work apps from my phone. People can phone me, on my work number. That'll ring. People hardly ever do that. But I don't have email. I don't have OneDrive. I don't have Teams installed. Not while I'm based at home anyway. I'll venture back into Teams potentially once I'm on the move again.
Yeah, well, I completely disagree with that. Because I totally get why you're doing it, but at the same time, you're limiting yourself in what you can do when you want to do it. You need to actually go to a place to do it, and that may actually be more stressful than to be able to do it on your phone. So that's why I practice locking down the apps instead, without uninstalling them, because in my work time, I find it beneficial to have those apps on my phone. And if I suddenly need them, or there's something going on, we're having our discussion on Twitter or something, and I want to partake in that, and then suddenly I lock down to my desk to partake in that thing, and then that doesn't scale either, I think.
No, I mean, it has to be what works for you. The one part that I've allowed, I subscribe at home to my work calendar via iCal. So I know what's coming. So I've got the subject of stuff like that, so I can see that on my watch and on my phone, just so I know when the next meeting is. But it has to be whatever works for you. But
definitely, of course.
Like in the last session, it is trying to disconnect and make sure that it's not always getting in your head all the time, and you're not doing that thing at 3 a.m. or sending emails in the middle of the night to people. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, if you go to the next slide, I have a thought on that. Because I believe that if you get distracted 3 a.m. in the evening, then it's your fault.
Yeah.
It's you not having control or being conscious about your phone. And I had a colleague as well, and you guys wake me up 1 in the evening, and that distracts me, and say, that's on your own fault. You need to be able to learn how to turn that off when you need to, because what works for me doesn't necessarily work for you. But you need to control your stuff, because Teams is just one outlet. Then you have email, then you have social media, then you have all other stuff that gives you notifications in the evening. So I talked about this in a YouTube video, which you can find on my YouTube channel. So go take a look at that, because it's important stuff.
So one thing that I've really found helps with both the in-work stuff as well is what people were calling, and still can today, My Analytics. So we saw Viva launched last week, and that had a couple of really interesting parts in it, but it's bringing in a lot of the My Analytics information. So on the right, you can see how are you feeling. That's really employer centric stuff. But the virtual commute and the focus plan pieces are really useful, because if this didn't exist, then my suggestion would have been, and you can do this until it launches for you as well, is to reserve time to wind down at the end of the day, effectively to finish your tasks up, make sure everything's done, so you don't hit, and I do this myself, you don't hit sort of 6 o'clock in the evening, and then you realize that you've still got stuff to do, or you're still in work mode, or you've left things unfinished and they stay in your head until tomorrow, or you end up having to go back in a little bit later to look at them. And the focus time blocks I found really useful, and you can do this in My Analytics now. Obviously, it comes as part of Viva Insights, where you've got the option to make time to focus. You can press a button in here, and it will automatically book time in your calendar. And when it does this, then Teams will switch to focusing, so it'll put you on Do Not Disturb, and it'll block that time in your calendar automatically as well. And I think that's really useful, because that means that it's already booked. This is my next week's calendar. It's already booked in advance. I can move this around. It means people aren't going to fill up my calendar entirely. And then I've got time to assign to those sort of tasks like checking up on things that I was supposed to have done, organizing myself in my work mode for the week. I found that probably one of the most useful things that I've had.
Yep, I totally agree with that. And I love the focusing time. But there's one thing I don't like is to reserve 2 hours during do not disturb every day. And maybe you aren't focusing at that time, but still Teams is in focus mode. That's why I created a Pomodoro timer, PowerShell based, or even Microsoft To Do based, where you can do that focusing time at will. I love that.
And that is definitely one to watch the YouTube video, because you've talked about this so many times over the years.
Yeah, I've been talking about it for 10 years already.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, well, it's nearly time for the next session today. So if there was one sort of final tip that you would give, what would it be?
Take vacation outside your home. Yeah. And did you disconnect, or am I still on? Or you are there.
Yeah. Oh, we're back. I don't know what happened there. So yes, when we can take vacation, we will. I'll see you in Orlando.
Yeah, let's do Orlando.
Cheers. It was lovely to talk today, and enjoy the rest of Commsverse today. We've enjoyed presenting to you, and I hope you've enjoyed the session.
My fellow enthusiasts, I bring you this message to welcome you to the Tech Community Awards 2021, brought to you by Commsverse. We're celebrating the outstanding commitments and contributions to the Microsoft tech community by people who love to share. Whose blog has gotten you out of more jam than PB&J? Whose podcast has got you through more miles around the block as you exercise alone? Well, we'd love to know. And the categories: Community Personality of the Year, Community's Most Inspirational Woman, the Community Rising Star, Community Innovator of the Year, Best Community Blog, Best Community Podcast, Best Community Contributor, and the community's Microsoft Most Valuable Person. You can nominate your hero up to the end of March. On the 2nd of April, we begin shortlisting. On 10th of April, we announce the finalists, and it's your chance to start voting right through to the end of May. And we announce the winners at this year's Commsverse on June 29th. Nominate your hero today.
The world is changing too fast. Many people need to develop new skills. And we strongly believe that sharing our knowledge can make the difference. I'm Fatima Blancas from Mexico. Join us, because community rocks.
I am thrilled that we are now joining forces in the Women in Teams community.
And you know what? We can't do it alone. Our Microsoft Tech community has always been a source of inspiration for me, from our local SharePoint Saturday events to global conferences, and now to virtual events, mentoring sessions, and get-togethers in 2020. They really helped me to grow, to learn more, and to get feedback on how to do more in the community.
We support each other, we learn from each other, and we bring women in IT wonderful examples why it is important to work in technology.
I love having a place where our passionate community members get together to learn from each other, collaborate, share and work together.
I don't think I would have been able to thrive and develop the way I've done with the support of the community if I'd been alone. So it really is true what they say, community rocks.
Our community rocks because we will welcome you with open arms. Our community rocks because we celebrate each other's successes. Our community rocks because we support each other in tough moments and when you expect it the least.
We learn, we develop, we share, we collaborate, and most importantly, we celebrate each other.
I love being part of communities like this one that give women a voice in technology.
Whatever you put into this community, you will always get more out of it.
Community rocks. Join us.
Community rocks, and we rock the community.
Join us and be part of our community.
Join us. Community rocks.
Our customer rocks, our company rocks, and the community rocks. So all lovely people out there, join Microsoft Teams community with us. See you there.
Thank you. I am digitally challenged. Yes, it's true. And I believe my challenge is a challenge for all of us. Before I tell you what it is it okay that I show you with my mobile? Yeah? Cool. Gonna bring up my mobile. Whoa! Who are you? I'm your goldfish memory trainer. My goldfish memory trainer? Yep. I'm gonna send you a notification on email, push, and in-app. What? That just sounds like information all over again with extra steps. Yep. And you know what? What? It's the default settings. LOL! Ow! I don't want that. Notifications about nothing all the time. I'm gonna throw a number at you. 40%. The American Psychological Association found in 2006 that 40% of our productive time is spent switching context between tasks and between context. Anyone here remember when the first iPhone came out? 2007, that's correct. So after this survey, we have been walking around for the past 10 years with a goldfish memory trainers in our pockets, right? With notifications and all that. What do you think that does to our brain, our attention span? I'm certain that during this talk, one of you will think about, should I look at my phone? Maybe there's some new notifications over there. I need some more dopamine. Because it turns out that conditioning is happening. And when they did the classical conditioning of dogs, they found out that dogs love food, apparently. And they don't have a clue what a bell is. But if you ring every time, you will get food. The dog will expect food when the bell rings. Basic conditioning. Well, we are being conditioned too. It's like Sheldon conditioning Penny during Big Bang Theory. So this applies to us as well. That's the major challenge. Notifications about nothing. I did a view on my phone when I was on off time. For 24 hours, I received 147 notifications. That's a lot. I made you look, didn't I? Have you ever been to a meeting where you have seen an email pop-up or a pop-up from the presenter and you have read the pop-up and then you figure, who is this guy sending this to me? We think it's to us. But that's how conditioned we are all the time. That's the challenge. So the number one skill for the 2020s is to master notifications. We need to teach our users that. We need to teach everyone around us how to tune your notifications. It turns out that social media applications have been around for quite some time. And they're actually built on notifications, bringing you into their apps, spending time in their apps. So we have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram. So I want to show you how I tune LinkedIn. Anyone here uses LinkedIn? Yep, a lot of us. And LinkedIn has 3 different types of notifications. Web and app, email, and push notification. And if you tune the web and app notification, that will also tune the other 2. So I'm going to show you 5 quick tips
Don't worry though, because I have recorded a YouTube video. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you will find a deep dive into this. So you don't have to take notes or something like that. So number 1, in-mail notification. That's when someone sends you an in-mail within LinkedIn because they're not your connection. It could be marketing, it could be recruitment. You don't need a notification for that. You can see it when you are in LinkedIn. Hey, I got an in-mail notification. Number 2, birthdays in LinkedIn. Are you kidding me? Turn it off. Number 3, news. So LinkedIn wants to be my news channel. I don't care for that. So I turned everything around news off because I bet on my connections and my network to trickle up the news I need. And also I follow my own newsletters. So no thanks. Number 4, and this is the hard one, because it's about you. When people are following you, when people are looking at your profile. But do we really need a notification about that? That's for you to decide. But try to turn it off, see what happens. Number 5, and this is a super trick for tuning your timeline. And because you have a lot of connections, and LinkedIn has been around for many years already. And you have probably a lot of connections, thousands, hundreds maybe, and not all of them are equally interesting to you right now, where you are right now. So did you know that you can go and unfollow people? Like the Teamsdagen organizers. You should unfollow them. No, but you have the option. So go through all your contacts. You don't have to disconnect from them because you are still connected, but you don't need them in your timeline. So go in and tune that, spend some hours. So that's the number 1 skill. Be conscious about notifications, what you want information about. And the point is that this is not optional anymore. You can't like, oh, I'm not on LinkedIn, so I'm good. Because now we have this in our workplace as well. With Microsoft Teams, Slack, Yammer, Facebook at Work. They are actually built the same way as the social media applications to bring you into their app, bring you notifications all around. So let's focus on Teams and how we can tune notifications within Teams. Made you look, didn't I? You are so conditioned. Oh, you are in trouble, people. But yeah, this is from the web version of Teams, where it can send you notifications there as well. So if you have multiple apps, you get lots of notifications. Awesome, right? Or should you tune it? Teams has the same way of notifying you as LinkedIn. It's web, and in the app, it's email, and it's push notification. And users need to tune this themselves. We can't cater for them. We can't sew pillows under their arms for this. They actually need to know about this. So I believe this is a big cultural training we need to do within our organizations to do this. So users need to go into notifications, and we have notification about a lot. And the default is email and banner. That's the default for everything. Which means you get notification about that you have a notification waiting for you in the app. Where is a notification about someone trying to reach you, which you maybe have seen already. So notifications about nothing. So go and tune this. I prefer to have in Teams notifications, that red number you see. That's what I like, because I am in Teams. But you will also find that there are new notifications introduced, which means that, and they've turned on the default settings. So you actually need to go in and tune this over time and tune it for your liking. But this is the important part, channel notifications. Because after you have tuned our notifications, we can even follow or unfollow channels. And this is the same on LinkedIn when we are following and unfollowing people. So you can go into a channel where people are discussing a topic you don't care about, hide that channel. Remove those notifications. But you can flip it the other way as well, where you can go in and say, I want a notification every time someone posts in this channel because it's important for me. This is the most important channel for me, so I need information about everything. And to teach users this is the skill they need to survive in Teams in the 2020s. Don't you agree? Yes? The mobile app has the same settings, but you can tune push notifications on mobile individually. And one more important thing is that you have quiet hours that you can have during off time and during weekends. Doesn't mean the notifications will go away, you just don't get a push notification on them. So use that. So notifications in Teams, web and app, email and push. And be conscious, people, about notifications. Wake up and see how you get your notifications and tune them so they work for you. It's not optional anymore because it's in our workplace, it's in our social media applications, and we should own this stuff. Don't run away from it. Tune it so it works for you. Got a notification for you, by the way. Oh, sweet, thanks.
Hello guys, so today I want to talk to you about one time management tip that completely changed my life, and that is the Pomodoro technique. So the Pomodoro technique basically consists on setting a timer for 25 minutes to coordinate your study routine. That's the amount of time where your brain is at its most productive phase, which helps reducing burnout and managing distractions. So all you have to do is choosing a task you'd like to get done, and you can either use your planner, your to-do list, or your bullet journal to write down those tasks, setting a timer for 25 minutes, and you can either use your phone or computer alarm or even a kitchen timer, which was what was used for the original Pomodoro technique. During those 25 minutes, you have to be focused and eliminate any distractions in order to manage through your task. Your goal is not to complete it, but make the most out of the time available to get through it as fast as possible. And believe me, comparing to normal student timers which go from 45 minutes, 1 hour and a half, setting timers for 25 minutes makes all tasks seem more manageable and easy to complete. When the alarm rings, stop doing whatever you're doing. You have just completed a full Pomodoro. Now you're able to make a 5-minute break before you start your next Pomodoro. Once you finish 4 Pomodoros, you can take a longer break, something that goes from 20 to 30 minutes. And what's great about the Pomodoro technique is that it shows you that you can get a lot done in 25 minutes without feeling the need to plan study sessions that last for hours. In fact, one of the things that makes more people procrastinate is thinking that they need to sit down for hours surrounded by books. If you plan your study sessions with a Pomodoro timer, you will get a lot out of the idle bits of time throughout the day where you think you need to get something done, but get the wrong idea that with only half an hour, there's no way you can accomplish anything at all. So I hope you like this very simple tip.
The philosophy of capturing information is actually super simple. But before I share how I do it in Microsoft To Do and OneNote, I want to share with you an example. So, you come into your house, you open the door and you have your groceries with you and you are in a phone call and your dog is barking at you or a cat is wanting something from you. You are distracted and you put down your groceries, you finish your phone call, maybe in the couch or maybe up in your bedroom even because you're going to change or something. But where did you put your house keys or car keys? Do you remember where? Did you pay attention to where you put it? Well, the thing is that the reason for why we may spend so much time looking for those house keys or car keys because you can't remember where you put them, because you didn't pay attention, is because of science, actually. It's called proactive interference, where old, strong memories overwrite newer, weaker memories. So the more you pay attention to where you put something, the more likely it is for you to remember it. So that is why we search all over the house for the car keys, and the consequence may be that you lose a meeting, that you're too late for soccer practice, that you spend too much time trying to find what you know is within the parameters of your house. So how can we work against this? How can we hack this? Well, we can hack it by a simple trick. By storing your car keys and your house keys in the same drawer in your hallway every time. And even better if it's a flower there or a picture of a flower, something concrete that you can remember it by, because turns out your brain remembers in pictures. So you store it the same place every time. Then it doesn't matter if an older, stronger memory overrides the new one, because it's the same place. So how can we translate this into digital task and information capture? Well, David Allen in Getting Things Done even talked about this. Store your information in a collection bin. All right? How can we translate this to digital tools? Well, we can use Microsoft To Do in order to store tasks and links and information in your task section in Microsoft To Do. And also, if you get actionable emails that you want to follow up, those goes into flagged emails every time. And even planner tasks you can find under planned tasks. From there you know where every time you're putting something, a task, you will find it in those folders. I do this for OneNote as well. Now I use it to capture pictures at conferences or in workshops where you want to take a picture of that whiteboard. I put that into a quick note or collection section.
Every time I capture meeting notes, I put those into a meeting notes section so I know where to find them again. And this is the essence of capture. So this is what I have learned. Regardless of how busy I am or how much time I have on my hands, storing it in the same place, capturing it so I can find it again, so I can forget where I stored it, don't have to remember it, that's the essence of succeeding with task management in a structured way. I created a couple of videos of this already. I will link them in the description section below. And future videos on the capture process, I will also link in the description section below. So take a look how to set your digital tools up, OneNote, To-Do, up correct so that you can find your stuff again. That's the philosophy of capture.
The orders are a perfect 4-0.
Got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tanks.
How good can a team be? Seriously, how powerful is teamwork? Great teamwork. I mean, really ask that question. Who defines the limit? And what if we were to push that edge? Stop to think about this for a moment and realize that every team that accomplished the untouchable, every team that got out there, every team that had done what had never been done before, they all had to break through. They all had to understand that there was this edge. And then they had to challenge the edge. And then they had to break through that invisible line. They all had to do it.
Through that group of incredibly talented people, bumping up against each other, having arguments, having fights sometimes, making some noise, and working together, they polish each other. And they polish the ideas, and what comes out are these really beautiful stones.
There's no other way to get through other than challenging your fears. Because in order for teamwork to be at its highest potential, everyone's got to have something on the line. You have to. Otherwise, you're only partway in. At the end of the day, you're going to need to trust those around you. To fully trust. This is about us. And you can count on me. I think about New Zealand, this country with under 5 million people. And they have the best rugby team in the world, the All Blacks. Consistently the best in the world. Or the Apollo mission, a group of people saying, we hear you, we've got you. And all of our talents are on the line to get you home. That's teamwork. Think about the Beatles. All of that music that we know of theirs, all of it, was made in about 8 years. Just 8 years. They were that incredible as a team. Great teams, I mean, they're not about individuals melting into the team. That's the mistake. People hear about the power of teamwork, and they think it's about losing yourself to the singular goal. They think it's about fully giving in to something bigger than you. You don't lose yourself. Great teammates, they don't lose themselves. They stand up. They say, I'm here. They choose to be in, and they choose to play their unique part. That's how it works. So then what's the breakthrough? What did those teams see to unlock the full power of teamwork? You know, that's the hard part. You can't see the edge. You actually don't know where it is until you cross over and look back and see where it was. That's why it's always easier. I mean, it's always easier to catch up than it is to raise the bar. Because the team that broke through, they marked the line. And now everyone else, they just need to get over that mark. The Patriots, Belichick, Brady, I mean, what they've been doing is so unbelievable because they keep raising the bar. They keep nudging it higher. So even if people catch up, it's too late. You know, Steve Jobs and Apple.
For the first time ever, I'd like to let Macintosh speak for itself.
They were operating in this abyss. I mean, they were out there in this vast unknown. So instead of breaking through, instead of seeing the line, you have to forget the line. It's just another limit. The marker in great teams is never external. Because you're out in this unknown. You're out in this unmapped territory. So instead, the power of teamwork comes from a belief. It comes from a mindset. We can't get satisfied by the breakthroughs. We can celebrate them. We should celebrate them, but we can't be satisfied by the limits. That's what humbles me the most about great teams. That's what humbles me the most about the power of teamwork. Because it's almost like you've got to operate in the darkness, knowing you're lighting the path for everyone else, and still heading out there, still pushing that edge. That's how to unlock the power of teamwork.
To copy at the point. And on the board, take There's the presentation to Wayne Gretzky, the young Edmonton captain.
Okay, so I guess we are live now. So welcome to our next session at Commsverse, making collaboration work in your team. And Alex is also here.
Sorry, yeah, wrong camera, infrared.
Cool. So we have had great sessions from Adam Ball, Ståle, Hansen, and Steve Goodman. And for the next about 30 minutes, you will hear how you can make collaboration work in your team by me and Alex. And if you have any questions or comments during our session, you can leave them in the Discord channel, and we will get back to your comments after this session. But just a short introductions. My name is Karoliina Kettukari. I'm from Finland, and I work as a modern work lead in a Finnish company called Medlake. And basically, all I do is making teamwork better with the help of Microsoft Teams. And of course, I love the community, so I host 2 user groups, and I'm also active in Twitter and in LinkedIn, so please feel to follow me in there as well.
Yeah, hi, my name is Alex Eggers from Germany, and I'm also an adoption specialist here in my company. I also love, of course, the community. So we host together the ASM Teams Europe, and I also have a weekly live show on YouTube and LinkedIn and Twitter and all somewhere on the social net with Ragnar Heil. It's in German, so I'm sorry for this. And you may follow me on LinkedIn. I'm doing pretty much content on LinkedIn and share my thoughts. So I'm happy to be here today with Karoliina. And so let's start with our show today, with our session.
Awesome. So today we have 2 different themes around our collaboration and communication topics. So first, we thought of how to work together as a team, and we have one special thing for you we want to share with you today. And then our other topic today is how you can utilize Microsoft Teams and all the applications you have in Teams to help you being present when we are actually remotely, as you can see in my kitchen right now. Cool. So just before we go to Teams and all the technology stuff, I wanted to share just a couple of words about leadership, because this session was maybe intended for team leaders But as a team leader, I think your job is to empower and enable your team to work together. And of course, at these remote times, it's even harder than before. Luckily, we have all of this technology in our hands, but how can we utilize that technology as a leader? So I like to think, and I know Alex also likes to think, leadership as a service for your employees. And with Microsoft Teams and all of these other digital tools, it also means democratizing your workplace. So being more visible, being more open. So modern leadership with digital tools also requires a bit of a new mindset. And we like to say that leadership is actually a set of actions that empower every employee in the organization and makes the team work better together. And by that, it also means that leadership, that everyone in the team can be a leader or can show leadership. Cool. So basically, our first topic today is how to work together as a team. And when we were thinking about this with Alex, we both actually agreed that creating a team rulebook is a super easy way to start, and it's a super efficient way to start when we want to get our whole team to work together to the same direction. So now Alex will tell you why creating this team rulebook should be on every team's to-do list.
Thank you very much, Karoliina, for this great introduction. And I think this is very, very important what you said, just in case of leadership from the home office. And so the first part, what I want to talk about is this rule book, what we think is important to use. What I want to tell you, the story is about your file server. Maybe you know what I'm talking about when I talk about the mess on a file server. This file server, I think in 90% of all companies, what I've seen is a problem, because this is the collaboration workspace. Of course, you do not really collaborate on a file server, but this is the place where you have to share this place with others. So it's not your personal Outlook or your personal mail store system. So it's something that you have to share with others. And what happens on the file server, because it's getting a mess, is you don't talk to each other. How do we want to work on the file server? No one usually does this. So when also new people are coming in the company, they maybe have a look at the file server and they think, okay, where do I store my files now? What part, where can I store it? What is sensible? And they do it on their own. No one explains them. So that happens too, that you will find everywhere files, but not at the right place, because this collaborating space needs to be organized. And this is what happens. And this exactly is the same problem what happens when we are talking about teams. Teams is the collaboration space where more than one people are working together. And so not your personal email, it is the team space. So it's very important to create this rule book where you have the chance to talk to each other. How do we want to collaborate in this space? And also, don't forget about this. When you get new people on board in your team, they also need this explanation. How do we work? Because maybe you do it once with your small team and everybody is fine. But what about changing? New people are coming. Who does them tell how do we work? And maybe when you forget that, it's a big problem. So what we want to tell you is we need something like a rule book, and we will also have some explanation on this. But first of all, I go back to Karoliina, and she will tell you how you can do this rule book.
Cool. Thank you, Alex. So, of course, Teams is the hub for teamwork. And when we are thinking about creating our team rules, so how are we going to collaborate and communicate together in our teams? We, of course, should do it together. And even if you are a team leader or a manager, I don't think it's a good practice to tell everyone else that this is how we are going to do things. And the better way is to gather your team together or gather your department, your unit together, have this interactive workshop. It can be live, or at the moment it's pretty hard to have workshops live, so Teams goes pretty well as well. And the team leader, maybe your role shouldn't be the dictator in here, but you should be more of a facilitator. So leading to conversation and making sure decisions are made, but not telling others how, not giving others ready-made answers. And yeah, we have all these cool tools in Teams you can use. For example, Microsoft Whiteboard. You can use OneNote for facilitating, for creating ideas and prioritizing those. But one important thing, I think, in these team rulebook workshops is that you really need to focus on the goal. So you can basically discuss on chat your whole day about how should we discuss in Teams, or how should we save documents inside Teams. But you have maybe only 2 hours, and you need to be focused on your goal. And as a team leader, you have to make sure that you meet your goal, so that you actually create the rulebook within your workshop. And now Alex will show you one example of a team rulebook.
Yeah. What I want to add to Karoliina's words is that it is very important that you commit on these rules in your team. So that's why we are think that it's important to write them down. To write down what's in the rule book. This could of course be a PDF or something electronic or digital, but in my experience, it is very useful to put this on a piece of paper and hang it in the bureau, on the home office or wherever. So it's always visible for the people. Always, exactly in the main point in the beginning of using this rulebook, of course. So you have more recognizing every time. Okay, so what we commit on. This is very important. And what you see here is some examples of my customers. So here, first of all, we have maybe the teams or the channels, what we want to work on, and we explain what these channels are for. And of course, I know this is a special topic, but just to tell once more about it, it's very important, the netiquette. So that you should use at mentions, address the team with at team, use subjects, and so on. I think you know all this. So you can see it here. It is very important to get this in the mind of the people, because this will be a big point in transforming into teams and have a good transform, so the people are not annoying using Teams. So these are the rules, the main rules. Of course, every team should use these netiquettes in special one. So what we also have is that we need to talk about the files, the emails, and maybe also get something like help and support. So in the files, I think this is very important to write down, where do we want to store our files? Is it in Teams? Is it on the SharePoint side? Is it on the file server maybe, or Azure files or whatever? But write down where you want to have this file structured. So the point is that people who are not used to use Teams in the beginning, maybe they also have some fear using Teams. They maybe get fast back in their old habits, and when you write down something like this and say, no, we want to store our files in Teams, and you commit on all this. It's not top down. It's everybody in the room, we are talking about how do we want to do it, and everybody agrees. So you get this stronger appointment on this, that you will use Teams files. And also in the emails, we want to communicate not via email, so we use this, and this is also a commitment what you need. But write it down with your team together, not top down.
Awesome, thank you, Alex. And I really like to point that even if you can't search Google or search Bing if you want to, what are the basic rules for Teams? I don't think it's the best idea to just take some ready-made rules from the internet, but you really should sit down together with your team and discuss the thing over. Awesome. So now we are back to our second section of today, and it's all about how we can enable human-centric technology. So how can we utilize applications in Teams to help you being present, or help you having that sense of feeling and belonging, even though we are remotely. And first of all, I will show you 3 super simple things. How can you level up your employee experience in Teams? And then after those ones, Alex has one super cool thing to talk about. But yes, first of all, my first tip for you today is to use the praise functionality in Teams. And when you go to Teams discussion, you have praise button in your channel. And basically you can select all of these cool badges. You can say that people are awesome, or they are creative, or they are doing a good leadership job. And like everyone loves kudos. Everyone loves that they are being praised. And saying praise to one another live is not that easy at the moment. And for example, writing an email might be a bit too much. But when you just can click on the praise button in your Teams chat and select a badge and say, hello, you did a great job, it's a super simple way to make people happy. And for the next slide, you will see that you can also create your custom praise badges in the Teams Admin Center. So this is a functionality that is quite new, I think. It came a couple of months ago, so not that old at all. When you go to your Teams Admin Center, you are able to add your custom Teams badges. For example, I created this Community Superstar badge, and Amanda and a bunch of other people are having this panel discussion in a couple of hours here in our Commsverse event. So I wanted to give praise to Amanda for the awesome panel discussion, because of course I know it's going to be awesome. Cool. So the next tip for how to utilize apps in Teams is to use channel meetings. And I think channel meetings is also a thing we have forgotten quite often. And channel meetings is a great way to engage your team, engage your project members in some recurring events. So if you have team dailies, if you have weeklies, if you have these virtual lunch breaks, virtual coffee breaks, it's super fun and easy to create a channel meeting in your team, in your channel, and then everyone can just pop out from the meeting when they have the time. And of course, you have the meeting chat, and even if you are not part of the meeting, you can still read the meeting chat afterwards. Awesome. And then my third tip for you today is to use reactions. And I know we always say that picture is worth of 1,000 words at least, and I like to say that reaction is at least worth 5 words. So we have the ability to react on posts in Teams. We can give thumbs up, we can give hearts, etc. And those are super easy way to say that I have read this, I have understood what you're saying, I'm listening, I'm present, I'm here, even though when you are not physically there. And the thing with reactions is that it's so easy just to click on the button, but now we also come back to our first section of today, creating the team rulebook. Because if you like a post in Teams, does it mean that you really like the idea? Or does it mean that you have read the post? Or does the like mean that you have done the task that was in the post? So you cannot know if you don't have the team rulebook. So use reactions, but make the team rulebook so that everyone knows what each reaction will mean. Cool. So now we get to the exciting topic. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, back to me. And as you can see, I'm very happy to sitting in the sun right now. That's the point when you don't go to the video studio, because we are right now making new videos for a big big software company, and I cannot talk about it till now. But so yeah, I'm sorry, I'm sitting in the sun, and we have less than 0 degrees outside in Germany, and so I cannot pull down the sun. I'm sorry. So here we go. What I want to talk about is Microsoft Viva, and as you heard last Thursday, we heard from Satya Nadella all the new things about Microsoft Viva, and one part in Microsoft Viva is Insights. Insights is something that looks a little bit new, but we already have some parts of this in My Analytics. And so this is also a very good to know point, that you need My Analytics and activated to use Viva Insights. And Viva Insights wants to show you mirrors you something about how do you work, and maybe when it's time to get a pause, or maybe talk to your colleagues once more, or you can see this in this overview. As you can see here, this is a screenshot we got from the final version, we don't know. We already have Viva Insights in Microsoft Teams. You can have a look at it. And but first of all, is some more screenshots on this. It's also this part of well-being. So how are you feeling, especially when the people are sitting in the home office? You need to know how about your employees or your colleagues, how are you feeling? This is a very big point. And also for the system, of course, Insights makes big data analytics on how do you work, and they will show you some good advices on this, how you can maybe have a better work day. Also, maybe you've heard of the partnership with Headspace. So what I really want to point out in here is that, of course, when we have this app like Insights that helps you through your workday, I think it's still very important to have consultants or change consultants, maybe also Teams consultants, that helps you how to use these solutions. Because just because the system tells me I need to go to a mediation, or maybe a group meditation, meditation, I don't think that this will suddenly happen. So this is like the business culture. We always talk about Teams. This will also be a business culture topic. Yeah. So what you see here is also for the leadership people, and this is a special part what we talk about in this session. You also get this point of view on your team. It's anonymized, so no one will see which name is behind this, but they will give you as a leader the chance to see more about your team, and maybe where there's a problem, or maybe they work too much on this and they are not feeling good. So you can see this here, not on the person base, but for your whole team. And what is already released is something like this. Okay, when you find in the App Store for Microsoft Teams the app called Insights, don't look for Viva, look for Insights. It's just Insights. called. And what we have is stay connected and protect time. And stay connected, for example, is a way where you can connect to your colleagues. You have in My Analytics, you can say which colleagues are important for me, maybe your team. And then we can also say, okay, how often do I want to have a one-on-one meeting with this person? And then Insights has a look in your calendar and says, okay, there's a missing schedule with your colleague, and maybe you should do a one-on-one meeting. And it looks in the calendar of you both and say, okay, here are some times where you both are free next week, and please, if you want to send an invite, so we have this one-on-one meeting. I think this is a great thing to remember during a very busy day, that you stay connected to your colleagues. What also is in there, it analyzes the emails. So when you do any commitments in an email and the system recognizes that you don't send this this commitment via email later, it will remind you, okay, you sent to somebody, you said something like, I will send you, but you didn't send. So it reminds you on this. Also some requests or follow-ups. We should do once something like this, then it remembers you when you do not follow up on this email, what you already said. We will have a look at it, how this will work. Unfortunately, right now, it only works in emails, so not in Teams messages or something like this. And it shows you when you have to catch up on unread documents that have been shared with you. Okay, what we also have is the protect time. So we all know the focus time in My Analytics. It books blocks in your calendar, and you have the possibility, or it's automatically, that you go and do not disturb in Teams, so no one can call you, and you reduce the people that make a break in your work. So this is a good point, because now you have an overview, and you can decide on your own when you want to book this focus time. That has not been possible before, because My Analytics does this on his own. So now you can have more control on this focus times here in Insights. When you want to know more about Microsoft Viva, and especially Viva Insights, you can see here the ebook. We have the QR link here, where you can learn more about Microsoft Viva and how this could help you as a leader to connect to your team, and how this app supports you in your daily business.
Awesome. Also, a summary about Viva, and I'm super excited to actually try all of those insights and all of other parts of Viva in live later on this year, I hope. So that was our session. We are right on schedule, so awesome work. And thank you for my part. And if you had any questions, comments, we will check the Discord channel right after this one, so we can get back to you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me, and stay connected to us if you have any questions also later on. So thank you very much, and have fun here in this session with the next sessions.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cortana, join the meeting. Cortana, add Megan to the meeting. Hi, Megan. Let me share the presentation. See it? Okay, great.
Okay, thanks for joining me here in this session as I talk about the modern office as it pertains to Microsoft Teams. So my name is Jeff Schertz. I'm a principal Microsoft Solutions Architect at Poly. I've been a Microsoft MVP for 12, 13 years, something like that. regionally awarded for the Office Communication Server platform back in 2007 when it came out. I've been involved in the Microsoft UC industry for quite some time, since pretty much even before then, with some of the stuff Exchange had with the chat and the initial UC components, but really focused on it heavily since OCS, and for the last 10 years, working for Polycom and now Poly, I've been focused really on the devices and the phones, the room systems, and everything that kind of comes with that scenario. So I'm recording this session because it will be 4 a.m. Eastern time in the US when you guys are actually watching this next week, but I'll plan to jump in the events that are happening afterwards and during the sessions, so we can, if you guys have any questions afterwards, I've got some contact information there, but I'll try to hop in and answer some stuff in real time if anyone has any follow-ups. So I kind of cut this 30 minutes down to talking about the spaces and then talking about the solutions that can be used in the spaces. So, spaces could be anything from me sitting on a park bench using my cell phone with the Teams client to walking into a fully AV integrated room that's got multiple monitors and ceiling microphones and everything in between. So I'll kind of cover where that's gone, where it is today, and where it's going to be this year. And then I'll dive into the solutions that are all applicable to Microsoft Teams that cover all those different areas. So most people are in the middle here. I would hope nobody's on the left side of this. I literally Googled like the worst home office, and that's one of the pictures that jumped out at me. I mean, I literally hope nobody's home office is like that, because if it is, I'm not going to be any help. On the other end, I have a picture from another MVP, Pat Richard, who just redid his home office, and mine does not look like that at all. And I don't expect anyone else to. He's got that set up quite well. But it's a good example of the types of things that you'd actually want to kind of keep in mind as you're setting up your own. So I was kind of thinking earlier about how to go through this, and then this morning I just grabbed a quick picture of literally where I'm standing right now. And I'll kind of fill that in the middle picture. But what's important to think about in terms of, from a home office space that may already be taken care of in, like an actual office space office, is you walk in as a user, that maybe you don't notice the decor on the wall is actually functional. It might be acoustic paneling. The lighting, people don't think about the lighting too much, but that's a big piece of it. And those are the two things that typically nobody has in their home office. And they might actually have a bad experience or a bad environment for that. So I'll talk about that a little bit. And then also just what the right devices are. Obviously, Pat's got a number of devices, and you'll see in my picture, I've got more than the average person needs, but that comes with the territory of my job. But I can distill that down into a few pieces that I use, and how that's gone from professional corporate grade stuff down to really consumer and prosumer grade, and how that that catalog of devices is exploding now. We take a look at what was being built a year ago, and last March, companies decided to really focus on different product lines, knowing that where these devices need to go is going to expand beyond just the corporate boardroom. So if you take a look at like what Pat's got here on the right, we've got acoustic dealt with, lighting's really good. There's some lighting components there, audio, lots of different microphones, probably more monitors than the average person needs. Hopefully all that stuff's on a backup system. But it kind of gives you an idea of, how do I get in between so I don't have to have a professional grade studio, but I'm also not working in my kitchen, right? So like I said, this is a picture I just took this morning, and this shows literally and I didn't clean anything up. I think I took a napkin through the trash, but this is pretty much my desk. I've got multiple phones on there that I use just for testing, not so much for actual calls. Right now, what's recording my audio is obviously not that headset, but that's kind of my go-to device. So really the first thing I'd say is whatever you're starting with from a home office is get a good headset, and one that's a certified qualified device, which I'll talk more about in a few minutes. I can use that anytime. Landscaping going on my neighbor's front yard behind me, I can put that on, even though there's other things that I can use now that I don't necessarily have to put that on. But if I want to walk to the kitchen or other part of the house, I will carry that headset. I will not walk to the bathroom with the headset. Nobody should ever do that, but I could, because I've got the coverage in the house in terms of the devices that could be needed. So that's kind of really the bare bones. Is if you have nothing else, a good qualified headset is something that is going to give you both a good audio experience in terms of what you hear, and more importantly, and it's not what you may not notice necessarily, is what you're sending over. So a lot of people think of audio experience as what they hear because they can't hear what they're sending. But rest assured, everyone else can hear what you're sending, even if you don't know you're sending it or not. So a headset's a big component of that. 10 years ago, when I started building a home office to be able to work remotely, I got a bunch of professional grade equipment that I would never buy myself. And it was obviously on the company's dime, and it was our own product, so there wasn't much cost involved. So a headset was something that really wasn't used because I was mimicking a conference boardroom in my home office. So everything was as if I was sitting in a physical room. I had added headsets, and obviously now I have access to them because the part of the portfolio of the company that I work for as well. But I kind of use them for my personal or business to business, but my internal corporate meetings are all done on that kind of traditional video system. Whereas today, every meeting I do is almost always on Teams, and I can pick what I want to use. So secondary, because I have my own room for the office and it's private space, and my wife's office is on the other side of the house, I can use a speakerphone. That's literally the device I'm using right now to pick up the audio for this. So the speakerphone gives me the flexibility of not having to have something in my head that might be wireless, or usually is wireless, and if it's not charged, or maybe it wasn't docked all the way, I didn't get it in the receiver correctly, and the battery drained, I haven't touched it in a couple of days. So it's nice to have a speakerphone, also just to kind of be hands-free and not have to use something with a boom mic necessarily. It's also easy to mute and unmute because there's a button right there in front versus tapping the piece on the headset or using the button in Teams. So it's sort of a personal preference, but it's nice with Teams is I can pick one as my default, and then I can easily switch even before I join a call, as I'm joining a meeting, or even during the call or meeting. I can switch that component and move if I want to put the headset on, go in the kitchen, get something to drink. I don't have to blast the volume on this. I can hear it, right? So it gives me flexibility to be on meetings all day long and not physically be strapped to this desk. Obviously, another important component, especially something that is more critical now, is a good video camera. So Eagle Eye, you might notice that I've actually got it closed. You can see the red dot there in the image, but privacy shutter is open now. So that's something to think about, is a privacy shutter, because a lot of people shy away from using cameras because they don't want to be caught, in any sort of compromising position. And if you have a privacy shutter, it doesn't matter if you think your video is on or off or what application, there's something physically blocking the lens. You might still be heard, audio might still be picked up. But it's important to select a device that has that capability so you start to get comfortable using it. When I'm done with the call, I shut it off. So I don't ever feel like, hey, I might be on camera, or there might be somebody walking in the room, or just my cat decides to clean himself behind me. The idea is that I see that dot, I know that the camera's, the privacy shutter's on, and then that helps me feel comfortable using it more throughout the day. So I do turn the camera on when it's, when it's applicable, when I'm presenting, when it makes sense to be on camera. Another important piece there is that's an LED array I have there. That's kind of the one, like corporate grade type professional thing I still have from my old office. You can get away with, jump on Amazon and spend $20, $30 for the little light rings that are popular now. All you need is some sort of diffused forward-facing light, because most scenarios, I have light here and here and here, but I also have a ton of light back there. Recently moved in here and I haven't gotten the kind of the right window dressing throughout the house yet. So that's a no-no, having that light behind me. So I have a lot of forward-facing light to help balance that. But on overcast days and early morning and the evening, there's even a better imagery because the camera's not fighting with all of that backlighting. So eventually I get some dark curtains there I'll be able to close to help even the room out a little bit more. I might have to adapt by adding more light in front of me. But lighting is one of the most important things because that can make or break, really good experience. From there, it's, the office isn't always this clean. I've got some boxes here on the floor. A lot of people don't have that capability to maybe change what's behind them or change the angle of where the camera is. I can't really turn. It's the only way the desk fits in this room. So the virtual backgrounds in Teams are nice. I've kind of seen them go from, fun things that people were playing with to stuff that they've now come up with, either a corporate branded one or a very basic one or one of the canned images in Teams, and just really stuck with that. So all of that's just kind of things to think about. But what's important is that when we think about what's been going on the last year, oh, and one last piece, the hidden UPS system, just a good battery backup. I have my internet guts on it and one monitor on my PC. So if I lose power, and normally the internet doesn't go out, whether you have cable or fiber, as long as you keep that equipment running, I can still stay on a video call for up to an hour, but mainly just to ride through small blips. It gets a little windy here in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so I've had the power flicker throughout the day, and this keeps me online and running. So that's an important piece of the story. So if we take a look at the office spaces, they've obviously changed. We take a look on the left hand, that's kind of what offices used to be. How many chairs do we got? Let's add some more chairs. Let's add some more people. It's going to be a while until we get that again. Now we've got this fewer people in larger spaces, and that does introduce some changes and some complexities for how the products were designed. One of the things is we look at things like noise block or background noise or anything where traditionally people would go off mute, they talk, and then they go back on mute again. People aren't going to want to necessarily touch those buttons. They're not going to want to constantly be touching it, a space that other people are touching as well. So the ability to kind of speak freely or make noises or shuffle papers around without having to mute, and then being able to speak and allowing the devices to remove that extraneous noise, but still bring the presenters and the attendees through. So that's important stuff that's built into the devices themselves, as well as Teams has some of that. Another thing is a lot of the devices, a lot of the video cameras and systems and MTRs they'll talk about, those are coming with features now where we can do automatic framing. A lot of that framing's been based on looking for a person's face, which they identify by eyes and a nose and a mouth. And people are wearing masks now, so it's making it difficult for those things to actually identify what they think is a human, and then they don't frame correctly or they don't do any framing at all. So companies have had to update their algorithms to kind of recognize what a face looks like today versus what it looked like a year or so ago. So those are things that are happening in a lot of new devices. Luckily, those are software things, so even if you have an existing device, a firmware update might bring that capability. And that can be applicable at home too. The devices I use do support that framing, but because I'm always in this stationary space, I don't move around the room really, I turn that off. But depending on how you use that, that might be something that would be beneficial. Microsoft's coming out with a new experience for Teams. They talk about this coming pretty soon, next month or so, where they refer to this as the dynamic view, but that's something else that's really focusing on the remote participant. So in the past, there was a big onus put on what is the room experience like? What's it like for the people in the room, and then the people in the room on the other end, what do they look like? But now the rooms have been replaced by all these individual people in their own spaces. So Microsoft's put a lot of time and effort into designing a better Teams experience, and that's across clients and devices to prioritize on the people they're speaking, not take up video space when someone's just on audio and docking them. And then when you have content, not only looking at content with video you can't see or video you can see and no content. So really just kind of balancing all that experience out. So when we take a look at the devices, a key thing is that certified. Microsoft has kind of gone from optimized to certified throughout the different products, but the big difference is that if we look at everything in blue, those are all just name changes. It was still the same SIP-based or Microsoft SIP-based platform that LCS started from. So devices that were built for that platform worked in the next platform, sometimes with nothing other than just a recertification process. Other times it was just, they just worked. Like, you didn't even have to recertify. It was just literally a name change, and the background didn't change much at all. But with Teams, it's a completely new architecture, new protocols, new technology, and required all new devices. So that created quite a shift in terms of any devices I have today. I don't know if they work with Teams, and if they do, what capabilities do they have? And I need to move to a new piece of equipment to utilize that experience. things that the USB headsets and stuff like that wouldn't be impacted as much because they're connecting to the software that's updated. So my headset works with Zoom, it works with Skype, it works with Teams, it works with WebEx, it works with any sort of client that I have to use when I have to join a meeting that can be sent by anyone. But with Teams, in terms of a device that's running software, like an actual phone or video system, then it was kind of a big change there. An important thing to notice is, or to think about is, part of what makes a certified device is that Microsoft is saying, you know, we qualified this experience. So you hear certification, qualification, optimization. Those terms all really just mean Microsoft has certified that device within a given model, and they'll certify every iteration of every model. So there might be some headsets that don't have that because they're not meant specifically for the Microsoft platform. But that device, including the little Bluetooth adapter, so we think of a headset, I should always use that Bluetooth adapter with my PC and not just use my PC's built-in Bluetooth radio to connect to the headset. Because even though it might work, that's not mimicking the experience that Microsoft tested the product with. So they know if you use that dongle that comes with it, use that headset as it's designed, you're going to get a experience in Teams where everything works the way it's supposed to, and the audio quality is good on both sides. Interoperability is a topic that I just kind of wanted to quickly touch on, but the idea is, yes, you need new devices to take advantage of all the new Teams capabilities, but that doesn't mean you can't still use traditional video and traditional telephony systems. So things like direct routing in Teams allow you to take a traditional Cisco or Avaya phone system and still connect that up to Teams and allow your Teams users to get their voice from that and maybe even still use those phones. And equally, you can take a room that, once you put these types of rooms in, they're in there for a long time. You don't upgrade these every once in a while. These fully immersive telepresence rooms are just really any sort of conference room where it's got traditional video equipment from companies like Cisco and Polycom that can also get into Teams meetings using the cloud the cloud video interop solution, which I'll mention in a few. So the first set of devices that we've got is the Teams phones. These are the first things that really came out, and they run a branch of the Android client that came from the actual mobile client, but it was designed specifically for these IP phones. So the couple different categories that are available today, we've got this kind of mobile station, which is not an endpoint in itself, it's just a dock. So I take my phone, my Android or iOS phone, which has Teams on already as an app, and I can pair it to that device, I can charge it, I can use the headset, but I can also make it a speakerphone. So it allows me to extend the capabilities of this phone through Bluetooth and through wireless charging. We take a look at something that's just coming out this quarter, is a USB handset that kind of harks back to some of the Link Phone Edition devices, that they're not a client. They're just a device that USB connects to a PC, gets power that way, and then the PC runs the Teams client, but it uses the phone in conjunction. So when I'm on a call or a meeting in Teams, I can use the handset to place a call instead, or it's just connected that way. If I don't have my computer running or I don't have Teams running, then the USB headset can't do anything because it's not a phone itself or a handset. A new category that Microsoft's doing this year is what they're calling core calling, but lower price phones that don't have the full Android touch interface. So they have some hard keys on the phone that are mapped to soft actions or soft keys within the client. So it's a new client that Microsoft's developing. There'll be some new phones coming out that just bring the price point down, and then those devices are, you know, those might be ideal if you need a handset and remote office, but you don't need the full-fledged application that, you know, runs off pretty much mobile set anyway. Take a look at the phones that are out there today, and there's a number of different models. These are full touch devices, no hard buttons on some models. Some are kind of a hybrid, but they all run the same client, and the client itself is full touch. And again, it's just a branch of that Android application. So that's the ones that have the most features, things like Better Together, and there's different models there that can go down at a price point to, you know, common area to mid-range to executive. And there's a couple of these devices that include video. So I could actually do video and screen sharing completely from the phone, where maybe the other phones I would use what I'll explain in a second on the Better Together experience. So some of the basic features there that are in Teams are obviously have to authenticate. The benefit there is that authentication, the registration, it's all to Teams. So in the past, it was to get a desk phone like this in my home office. IT might have to set up a VPN for me, or they might have to actually provision it. Now, all I got to do is take the phone, turn it on, sign into it the same way I sign into this, and I sign into my desktop client, and I'm in. A bunch of telephony features available. The Better Together feature I mentioned, which just allows me to say, although this CX500 is not connected to my PC in any way, it's just Ethernet to my switch, I can pair that to my PC client because I'm signed into both devices with the same Teams account. And then when I join a meeting like this, I could just use the phone for audio instead of the multitude of other devices I have available here. So a lot of features, and this list is growing as Microsoft adds to that. In the kind of interop scenario I talked about, there's a lot of traditional phones that either came from the Skype side or didn't even do Skype. They're just straight standard OpenSIP platforms. So a lot of those devices still can work with Teams today. There's a gateway that Microsoft provides that backends through Skype for Business Online, and they're going to leave that running for several years. But they also announced that later this year, they're going to provide their own direct gateway for certain SIP phones that qualify directly into Teams as well. So that can kind of address the, you know what, I don't even need a native Teams phone. I just need dial tone. I just need to put a phone somewhere in a basic meeting space, and all I want is pick it up and make a phone call, and someone can call me. I don't need all these other features and capabilities. So I just need, the cheapest phone that can do that. So those phones don't speak Teams natively. They can't run that application, but they can do SIP. So Microsoft will provide a basic SIP registrar that'll get them directly into Teams. Take a look at the conference rooms. So that's what Microsoft refers to as the Microsoft Teams rooms, or what people call MTR for short. Originally, these were just Windows-based products. And then about a year ago, these collaboration bars started hitting the market. I've got one right there behind me. I'll wake it up. The collaboration bar, that category is not just bars now. It's actually going to be including appliances and other traditional video systems that run Android. So what Microsoft did end of last year was rebranded MTR, which originally just meant Windows only. So now there's two categories of MTR. There's Microsoft Teams Room on Windows and Microsoft Teams Rooms on Android. They are totally different platforms in the back end because one runs on Windows and one runs Android. But the idea is Microsoft's making the user experience identical. So as a user, if I go into a room that has a Windows-based MTR or an Android-based MTR down the hall, it doesn't matter to me. Like, the camera might be different, the integration in the room might be different, but that's related to how it's deployed and managed. As a user, it's the same interface, same controls, essentially the same options in those two rooms in terms of what I can do in a Teams meeting. So, Microsoft's focus has been to provide different products that can kind of range in cost and simplicity or complexity to hit the target you need, but the users don't have to deal with that complexity. They don't have to say, well, this room has a different interface, or this room is simpler, but it doesn't do everything the other room does. They just go in the room and they do the same thing they do in their own Teams client. It's pretty straightforward. So just like the basic functionality I have in a Teams meeting where I can raise my hand or change the view, these MTRs can do that. But then they also offer some features that are specific to the experience in the room. Things that don't make sense on my PC, but when I walk into a room and maybe I have a Teams device like this or my Surface tablet, I want to share content, but I don't want to have to get in a meeting to do that. So I just want to cast my content right to the room so people in the room can see it. And then if we do get on a meeting, it's still shared across the meeting, other people can see it. Or a common thing that's been around since the initial MTR is this, what Microsoft calls proximity join. Is normally I go in a room, and if I've scheduled that room in a calendar, I can just hit a join button and go to that meeting. But what if it's a room that I haven't scheduled the meeting? In the past, I would have to get on something and forward that meeting to the room, wait for the room to update the calendar. Now I can just go in with the device, the mobile device or the Surface, and there's my meeting. It's my meeting, but when I'm in there through Bluetooth proximity, they go, hey, there's a room you're in. Do you want to use that to join the meeting? I mean, we'll still use your PC. You still can control the meeting, but we'll do the video and audio and everything through the room you're in. So those are the types of features that add capabilities and just improve the experience and kind of get around some of the clunkiness that's been there in the past. The nice thing is with the MTR Android applications and these things being served in bars, the price point comes down a lot to the point where executives and just anyone who works from a home office, IT can look at the possibility of deploying those. So acquire that equipment, send it to the user, they plug it in, hook it up to their network. Some of the stuff's PoE, some of the stuff comes with adapters. Most people don't have PoE switches at home, so you just use the power adapter, and then get it up and running, sign in with your user, just like you do anywhere else with Teams, and they can start to utilize these turnkey systems to bring what traditionally was an experience you could only get in an AV integrated room or a managed IT room. You can now get that right in your home office. So if you still have a lot of these systems, and 10 years ago I had some of these in my home office as well. Obviously, I still have some like that, but they don't look or feel or cost anywhere near like they used to. Those systems that don't do Teams, where like this is a Teams Android system, I can put that in a mode that's standards-based, or had an older version that was standards-based. They can use the cloud video interoperability services that different partners of Microsoft do provide. And that allows me to take that video system, call into that service as a gateway, which then brings me into the Teams meeting. And it's pretty much transparent to me. And I'm in the meeting. In fact, the meeting I'm recording this on right now, I could join from my studio system in standards mode. So that gives me a flexibility to join not just Teams meetings, but all sorts of different meetings from that same room. So the last category is personal devices, which I would take 30 minutes just to scrape the surface of how many devices are out there. Really, we're talking about two sets of things. One, the bring your own device approach, the iOS, the Android applications. I have this application. I can do most of what I would normally need to do from my desk in terms of meetings. Obviously, I'm not going through and doing a lot of documentation on the phone, but I can jump in a meeting. I can see content being shared. I can do what I need to do, and I've had to use it in the past when I've lost power in here, and just I still have cell service, so I can jump on the phone, and it's pretty seamless transition. And sometimes people don't even notice that it's happened. So that application has been around since Teams launched, and is really kind of like the go-to because everybody already has one, and just run that application, and you're in your environment. The rest of everything is these personal devices that I covered at the beginning, the headsets and the speaker phones, and there's a lot of different devices there. Headsets are pretty self-explanatory. It's up to personal preference. Wired, wireless, they have their benefits. The battery never dies in a wired headset, but if I try to walk in the kitchen, something's coming off my desk. Mono, stereo, again, it depends on your own preference, but there's a multitude of options out there. There's devices that use Bluetooth, which means I can go to the kitchen, maybe to the living room. And there's systems that use DECT, which means I could go and get the garbage can down the street and bring it all the way to the alley if I wanted. So it just depends on, what the need is for that. Multitude of speakerphone devices. The Sync 20 is what I'm using here. It's actually a mobile device. It's got its own battery. I can unplug it and throw it in my bag and take it on the airplane, which I haven't done in a year. So who knows when I'll get to do that. It's pretty much just in home duty, but the flexibility is there. Webcams could be like the web camera I'm using here, which is just a webcam in and of itself, or it could be like new devices that we have, which are audio and video all integrated in one. So kind of this video, camera, sound bar. This is my single USB device. It provides the microphone, the speaker, and the video, and it's all integrated in one package. Another category Microsoft has is they call Teams displays. Again, another Android client, but it's a purpose-built kind of little wedge display that you sit, kind of looks like a phone without a handset. You can think it's sort of similar to the like a Google Home or something, where I can join meetings and do some team stuff directly from that and offload that workflow from my PC, or maybe put it in a space where I don't want or have a PC at the time. And then something else Microsoft's released pretty recently is that if you get devices through their own catalog, through their device catalog, you can now actually lease some of them as a device as a service plan. So there's a ton of options there, and the key thing is all of these devices that are all on their catalog on their supported page, they're all certified. So if you go with just your iPod headphones or the iPhone headphones, or I'm an Android user, so I don't really like iPhone stuff, but anything that's not necessarily qualify for teams, typically it works, but it might not work. And if it doesn't work, there's really no recourse for that. So it's important to focus on those devices that are built for the solution, so you can provide a good experience both to whom you're talking to and what you hear back. So with that, hopefully that kind of gives you, it's like an overview of everything that's available. Like I said, if there's any questions, I can be reached in these 2 locations, or like I said, I'll try to jump in on the open meeting when on come event day. So with that, thank you.
I remember at the beginning of March, my thought was, I don't know if we're going to make it to the summer.
So we're Priority Bicycles. We design and manufacture low-maintenance bicycles
For everyday riders.
We were coming off a great year, and when the pandemic hit,
that all just came to a huge halt.
we really had to think creatively.
Teams allowed us to come up with great ideas together and put better product out there for our customers.
We started doing virtual visits via Microsoft Teams. We pull a bike off the wall, just like we would if somebody were here.
Hey, is that TK?
Hi, how are you?
We can show them how sizing works. We can show them how the gears and brakes work.
We can offer that personal connection through the virtual visit. All of a sudden, we could open up our showroom to customers around the world. We're able to see 2- or 3-fold the amount of customers we used to be able to see.
Microsoft Teams has changed our company as a whole.
Without Teams, there's no way this would have been possible. And I really think it's going to set a standard for retail moving forward.
Stumble out of bed and stumble through the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition, yawning, stretching, trying to come to life. Skipping a shower, no need for hair coming, opening Teams, and I start wondering, do I need to wear pants from 9 to 5? Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, barely getting by. The bed is cold and shall I giving this working online, always being a call to meetings. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let. 6 to 8 for service and devotion. It just feels like time is moving in slow motion. I want to work ahead, but the kids won't seem to let me. And I swear my laptop's really out to get me. You think the day will all get better, 'cause you just miss the hours work, chatter and chatting in Teams. It's simply not the same.
I wonder if this meeting's ever gonna end, 'cause the video keeps stuttering and you forgot to unmute. I can't hear a word you say.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, barely getting by. Going out lunching in the kitchen, feeling so confined.
You are me, fed up with it. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it.
5 to 9, yeah, you can't do what you want to. There's a better life, and you think about it, don't you? Days all feel the same, but you just have to live it. It's a morning time together, we'll get through this. 12 to 10, what a way to make a living, barely getting by. My bed is calling, should I give in this work?
King online, always many calls and meetings. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it.
3 to 8, yeah, you can't do what you want to. There's a better life, and you think about it, don't you? Days all feel the same, but you just have to live it. It's a moment in time together, we'll get through this.
1 to 8,
Just working, 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 working. 4 to 12, got you working. 6 to 8, working. 3 to 1, just working, 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 working. 9 to 5.
At Hilton Grand Vacations, we deliver vacation dreams.
Our focus is to inspire people to go further and share more.
In the hospitality business, team member engagement is the holy grail. It's trying to get your people passionate, focused, and delivering on the dream.
When we started to go through the early part of the pandemic, we did have to make the unfortunate decision to temporarily suspend our operations.
Teams was transformative for the COVID-19 challenge. It allowed us overnight to collaborate, challenge each other, and create protocols, which allowed us to open up safely, so much faster than many of our peers. It's allowed us to connect corporate right to the first-line team member, opening up engagement.
It allows us to get the information we need to provide that outstanding hospitality to our guests. It's like boom, 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 get the answer, it's there. You feel more connected to your company.
Teams really empowered the team member scheduling process.
In the past, our managers were spending so much time to put a schedule together. In Teams, everything happens instantaneously.
Shifts is on my phone. I can see what I'm working for like the whole week. I can see if it changes. I can even switch with people.
Our engineering teams and our housekeeping teams are able to work together to share pictures, to improve the actual guest room suite experience in a very quick way. All of our owner feedback is available in Teams, and all of our team members can fully see exactly how we're performing.
The metrics are about customer service, and satisfaction levels have never been higher. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of social, but it's also business. So it really allows people to connect outside of their normal working environment and connect across the globe, sharing best practices, sharing relationships, or just sharing a good picture.
I feel what I can accomplish here has no limits, and everybody's here to support me and help me get to my career goals. And I think that that's really important in a place that you work.
Hey ambitious professionals, it's Linda Rayner of lindarayner.com, guiding you to a career in life you'll truly enjoy. And today I'm going to be talking all about how to work from home effectively and productively so that you can stay focused even though you're in your comfortable home environment. I have 6 tips for you, so let's get started. Now, as a career strategist, I have had the opportunity to work with many ambitious corporate professionals and to help them land their dream job offers. So if this is something that you're interested in working with me one-on-one, I can give you details about that at the end of this video. Now, at the time of filming this video, I and the rest of the world is currently in a situation called the coronavirus situation, where many of us are stuck at home and as a result are having to work from home. Now, for some of you, this is not a new situation. For example, for me, I've been working from home for the last several years. So I have some key tips that I know will be helpful in making sure that you're effective when working at home. But even still, with this coronavirus situation, we're not allowed to really go outside anytime we want. And so even for the most seasoned work from home professional, it can be difficult to stay focused and stay productive. But hopefully the 6 tips that I have for you are going to help you, whether you are new at working from home or you've been doing this for a while. My first work from home tip is to go to bed and wake up at a consistent time. So what I'm saying here is that when we are working from home, living at home, staying at home all day, every day, it's really easy to forget what day we're in, what time we're in, and to have the days kind of blend over into the next day. And that is not really what you want, because it creates this sense of endlessness that comes with every day, and that can bring on senses of anxiety and frustration. So what you want to do is you want to have a set time period for when you decide that you're going to have a bedtime routine, wind yourself down, and go to bed, so that when you're in bed and you fall asleep, you end up waking up at the same time every day, every morning. So that cuts off your day, going to bed, and then waking up starts a fresh new day. If you end up staying up too late and then sleeping in and then rushing your day through the next day because you're behind on your schedule or whatever, it can create that anxiety and it really doesn't help you with being productive. Second tip I have for you is to start your day off with a clear head. What I mean by this is that you don't want to be running out of bed and then immediately going to your laptop. That's the last thing that you want, because that's just going to start your day off with a bit of stress, anxiety. It's not going to start your day off as fresh and clear-minded as it could potentially be. So what I suggest is have a bit of a morning routine where before you go straight to your laptop and get to work, give yourself a bit of time after you've woken up to refresh yourself. Whether it's to do some exercise, to do some yoga, some meditation, step outside for a little bit, whatever it may be, do something for you. Clear your mind, get yourself centered. Even if it's only 5 to 10 minutes, it's going to help you to set your day in a more positive way. Now, my third tip is to have goals as to what you want to achieve in that particular day. The last thing that you want to do when you're starting your workday is to have an unclear mind, to feel murky, and to just dive right in and just work, and not really know what you're working towards and what you're hoping to achieve by the time the day ends. Ideally, you want to have maybe, let's say, if it's 2 reports that you want to get done that day, or 2 mini assignments, or 3 mini assignments, or 4 specific tasks that you know you can get done by the end of the day, then have that clearly written out in front of you so that you can work towards that goal. And that's going to keep you motivated as you're stuck at home working, because it's going to make sure that you're on track rather than you just spending your whole day answering emails and not being able to get what you actually wanted to get done. Tip number 4 is schedule your meals. It's all about eating. So if you are a breakfast person, which I definitely am, then you want to schedule a time in your morning where you're going to actually have breakfast. Enjoy your breakfast, dedicate time for that, and then on top of that, also schedule when you're going to have lunch. You should have breakfast and lunch at the same time every day, just like when you have a specific time for when you go to bed and when you wake up, because that helps to bring structure to your day and it helps to force you to take a break. Part of being productive is not about just working endlessly. Being productive means that you have the right energy to be able to do the work that you need to do. And if you don't have fuel to feed your body during breakfast and lunch, you won't be able to get very far. Now, if you're anything like me, I have definitely been in a situation in the past, many situations, where I get drowned in the work that I do, I get really focused, and I forget to eat. And then I end up crawling out of my work feeling like a zombie, starving, looking for anything, and then I end up overeating. So you don't want to do that to yourself. Schedule breakfast, schedule lunch. Tip number 5 is to have a designated space to do your work. What I've noticed is that when I intend to do my work in a space that I've set aside in my home for just doing that work, where there are minimal distractions, I'm just simply more productive. Even if that space is to be sitting on your couch, as long as that's comfortable for you and you feel that you can get your work done, that's great. Whatever works for you, just have a designated space. The last thing that you want is to not know where to do your work, to not know where you're going to set yourself up, because that's going to create anxiety in the morning. You just want to have 1 or 2 places that you know you're going to go to set up to do your work, and where you're going to feel comfortable and be able to stay there the rest of the day. And finally, my last tip, tip number 6, is to look out the window from time to time. It's important to incorporate nature into your everyday if you can. So that means look out the window. Hopefully you have a view that you can look at. Hopefully there are trees that you can look at, or birds, or even just crack open the window to let some fresh air in. The reason why I say this is because you don't want to confine yourself in a way where you feel like you're a prisoner in your own home. You want to still have access to that outside world, and if that means that you just open a window to get in some fresh air, or you look outside the window just to change your perspective, then by all means do it. All of that's going to create a structure to your day, and it's going to help you to have more energy to do what it is that you need to do. So there you have it. Those are my 6 tips on how to productively and effectively work from home. I really hope those helped you.
Oh, the camera wasn't on. Do you see me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Are you on mute, darling? I can't hear you.
1, 2, 8.
Someone at home, do you know?
Yes, it is Crazy Hair Day.
Who would like to share? Any volunteers yet? Oh, wow.
2, 1, 2, 3. Hey!
Awesome job, you guys.
Miss Thomas?
Yes.
Is it time to go?
Time to go to work. You can't beat me in this, bruh. Run it back. You can't beat me. This is your trap. Oh, what time? Is it 2 o'clock? Okay, I have a call. Stop. Seriously. Hey, team. How? Oh, what are you? You go first. Yeah. Can you not hear me? Can you? Yeah, we got all my roommates here on the Wi-Fi. It's just kind of. I'll get that to you by EOD. You got it. You got it, boss. No problem. Love you. Okay. Yeah. Bye. Got it. Packed my lunch today. I don't know. Just kind of. It's a routine. I just did it out of habit. Thanks for jumping on the call, everyone. I know everyone's working remotely. Hey, you working remotely or remotely working? I said, are you working remotely? I will reach out to them, make sure we're kind of all aligned on the same page, and then I'll try to get that by the end of the night. Guys, really quick, I'm getting a weird. Just give me a sec. Dude, stop! I have to do this. We're making it work here at the Casa. Things are good. You guys be happy to know we're also a paperless office over here. Yeah, no toilet paper. Can she not hear me? Can she not hear me? Stupid old boomer. There she is. Hi, Diane. Okay, great. So I just want to kind of run through. By this week, that's going to be tough for us. We don't have a lot of bandwidth for that, but maybe next, if that's cool.
Did you just use the word bandwidth?
Shut. I'm working. What are you doing? What have you done today?
I clipped 8 of my toenails today. 2 left.
We're stuck in here together, aren't we? I hate you.
We're gonna fight by the end of the month. We will fight.
Good talking to you, sir. We value you as a new client. Good to meet you. Bye-bye. And you got a meeting at 11 and nothing else to do for a month? No, you have to. I don't think your camera's on. You have to press. Do you see the button there? I gotta send my boss every day a list of the things I accomplished. So help me out here. If it was real, I'd watched 4 episodes of Teen Jeopardy and took 3 showers. Now you guys go ahead and play a game. I gotta do the office happy hour. I'm gonna pre-game it. Another fun poem from my boss. Hey there, team. Best wishes to you all. Let's kill it for our clients and kill germs with Lysol. Let me write one back. Roses are red. Violets are blue. I don't care about any of you. Highs and lows for the week. High would be just knowing all you guys are safe and healthy, right? And lows would be mute. Frickin' doing this stupid. Huh? Oh, wait. That was my roommate. What, dude? We're doing a fun hat day at work. Just go to your room or something. Yep, I'm on my 5th meeting of the day with my fridge. This vending machine rules. What do we got? Ready to set sail on today's tasks? Yeah. You want to play some Warzone? Cool. I'll put on the mouse mover app. Keeps me active online. Still paying me. Okay. Bye-bye. My outfit. Last time the North and South were in this much of a disagreement was the 1860s. Civil War. Outfit looks like an upside down mullet. That's my spring break outfit. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. Time to go to work. Maybe I should have talked during these times.
So now we've had to go to remote learning. It's been a fairly simple process, routine.
Again, something that I found useful is being able to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
I can see it. 30 divided by 2 is 15.
Brilliant. Our different year groups are using Teams in slightly different ways.
Okay, so we've got a couple of people, we've got 3 of you have joined the Minecraft world.
What country does avocados come from?
Lily's got her hands up. And you managed to achieve that together online in 10 minutes. You should give yourself a pat on the back.
Feedback from the parents has been awesome.
Wow, that's like an art project as well as a maths game.
It's great that the children are able to see each other as well.
Excellent. Let's have a round of applause for Ella.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. This event by Commsverse and this session, Making Virtual Meetings More Engaging and Inclusive. I'm very excited to be here. Before we start the session, just say a big thanks to the organizing team to invite me. And I really hope in this short session, you all are going to have a great time. My name is Chris Hoard. I'm a Teams MVP from Vusion here in the UK. So we're going to be fighting against time today. So we're going to get through this part quick. So what to expect from this session today? We're going to break it down into 3 parts. Firstly, we're going to look at the issues with Microsoft Teams meetings. Second, we're going to look at all the solutions which have worked for me over the previous past few years. Lastly, we're going to look at more tips for meetings and the roadmap with Microsoft. The whole outcome of this session is to understand the intelligent meeting lifecycle and how we can use the lifecycle to make more engaging and inclusive meetings. Now, just to set things straight, this level is level 100, which is this is an introductory session. The scope is going to be squarely on Microsoft Teams meetings. We're going to have a little bit of demo in this, so up to about 30%, we're just going to be getting hands-on. And just the caveat is that, as you should know, Microsoft Teams is rapidly changing. So this session is going to be valid for 4 to 6 weeks. I'm sure we're going to be hearing a lot more about meetings at Microsoft Ignite in March. I hope you get to attend. So let's get straight into it. The problem with meetings, and I think we all know that there are problems with meetings and that we ourselves have experienced them before. Even before the pandemic, there was statistics from Microsoft and others to suggest that we have problems with meetings. So if we look at what Microsoft published in 2018, 60% are unsatisfied currently with meetings and 57% find that meetings are unproductive. In other words, in the meetings that we have, more people tend to come out dissatisfied than satisfied. And that's not a problem, not only on a personal level. If we look at the impact of bad meetings on business, so in the statistics, as you can see on the right from HR Digest, 4 workdays on average are lost to bad meetings every month for the office professional. And if we look at the US economy statistics, 37 billion every year due to ineffective meetings. So the problem with meetings is that it impacts us personally. It also impacts the businesses we work for. Now, if we start thinking about what the common issues are with meetings, I think we could probably all agree that there are certain common issues that we have all faced or we have had a problem with ourselves. So let's take the first one. Attendees are often unprepared for meetings. So people who organize meetings don't set the expectations with users before they go into that meeting. People just turn up to the meeting. They don't know what they're supposed to do. They don't know what the outcome's supposed to be or what they are supposed to achieve. Secondly, a lot of meetings are what we call chalk and talk. This is a term that's used within teaching. So one person stands in the front of the meeting and talks at everyone else who tends to be passive. They don't have any active engagement in the meeting. Third, certain people within those meetings tend to take it over. There's a monopoly by certain individuals within the meeting, meaning that other attendees of that meeting can feel marginalized. They can feel like they're not making an impact. This is going to add to their dissatisfaction. We can also have unfocused meetings where it's low value or there's no outcomes. I'm sure we've been in all of those type of meetings ourselves where people talk, but there's no outcomes, there's no agreements, there's no actions. And so we leave the meeting wondering why we ever attended it in the first place. Meetings often overrun or start late. People come into meetings 5, 7, 10 minutes late. People often talk over their allotted time. And all too often, meetings are often recycled because there are no outcomes or there's no agreed actions. We tend to have the same meetings quite close in the future, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. So I think that we can kind of pinpoint these common issues. I think we've experienced them. I think that we have been a part of them ourselves if we're holding our hands up. But the problem with meetings, as said, all those statistics that I previously said were kind of pandemic-related meeting issues. We've seen further issues from the pandemic as outlined by Microsoft with their statistics for their recent reports. So during this pandemic, many more people have been suffering with burnout because of increased stress. But part of that is that there's been a large increase in the number of meetings and calls at work, 55%. So whilst many of us are now working at home, we're actually doing more meetings than we were as if we were in the office. Another concerning statistic, 69% of more Teams chats per person outside of hours. And if people are chatting outside of hours, they're probably holding meetings outside of hours too, rather than focus time or spending time with their family. So these are all concerning statistics. They are all reasons why people are disengaging or why people are feeling less included in meetings and why there is more unproductive meetings. So before we get to the intelligent meeting lifecycle, I guess the first thing that we should do is really say as to whether the meeting is necessary at all. When we hold meetings, when we book meetings in as organizers, we have to think of the time and the amount of time for the people involved. If I have a meeting with 10 people and they are all consultants and they are charged out in my business at £100 an hour, then that meeting is not only 10 hours for everyone involved, but it also costs £1,000, the time where they could be on paid work. In addition, what's the opportunity cost of the meeting? If they're doing this meeting, what are they not doing? What are they not achieving in their day-to-day role? Last off, there's this concept of utility. So if I have that meeting, how is it going to generate to that person's goals? How is it going to generate to the business goals or their working day? How much utility and enjoyment are they going to get out of that meeting? Now, the reason we kind of analyze this and whether it is necessary or not is because there are many other ways in Microsoft Teams in which we can communicate. We can do so through group chat or co-authoring on files. We have task-based activities, polls, videos, reports. There are so many ways that we can achieve things with others in Teams that we have to fundamentally start from this idea of whether the meeting is worthwhile to go ahead or not. Now, if the meeting is to go ahead, we need something to be able to structure it, to be able to choreograph our meeting. And that's what we call the intelligent meeting lifecycle. This is a term that and a concept that Microsoft introduced to help to structure and run better meetings. Now, we can think of this intelligent meeting lifecycle a bit like a Shakespearean play. We break it down into 3 acts. We compartmentalize it. The first part is the pre-meeting. The second part is the meeting itself, and the third part is the post-meeting. Now, by compartmentalizing, by breaking it down, it means that we can concentrate on each part of the intelligent meeting lifecycle to ensure that each part goes well. And this is really the basis for making meetings more engaging and more inclusive, because we can think of at every stage of what we are doing to make people more involved and people more engaged with the meeting that we are about to involve them in. So let's start out, okay, with the pre-meeting. This is what happens before the meeting. This is everything that takes place before the meeting, from the time that you schedule it right up until the time the meeting occurs. So what do we have to consider? How can we make it more engaging and inclusive? Well, first of all, we think of the roles and the audience of who is going to be inside that meeting. Now, within Teams, we have this concept of Teams meeting roles, and you have the role of the organizer, the presenter, and the attendee. These are roles which we can set to be able to kind of determine what people can do in the meeting. So if you're the organizer and the presenter, you can pretty much do everything. You can share, you can mute, you can eject people out of the meetings if you want. As the attendee, you cannot do anything. You cannot kind of share, you cannot eject people from meetings, you cannot be able to take over the presentation. You can just do things, for example, like chat, or be able to turn on your camera, or be able to unmute if the presenter and the organizer allows. So Teams meetings roles helps us to define who can engage within that meeting. But just going beyond that, I would say that functional roles are also tremendously important within the Teams meeting. So what I refer to as functional roles is giving people within that Teams meeting actual roles to perform and jobs to do. So today, I am the presenter. I am presenting the content. That role is already a Teams meeting role, but there are other roles such as the moderator, somebody who can manage the Teams chat alongside, somebody who can introduce the presenter. You also have the host role, the facilitator. So if we're having a meeting with several individuals, they can introduce one and move the points between each of those separate individuals. You then have the person that is taking notes. You then have the person who is there, for example, to go through the code of conduct. By giving people functional roles within meetings, you are giving them stakeholdership into the meeting. In addition, we have to consider our audience, who is going to come along and what they are supposed to do. Now, in considering our audience, we have to think about things like roles or the amount of knowledge they have, their learning style. You can also use something like a personality test, like a color wheel, to ensure who, how they learn, what they are like in terms of analyzing information. So, for example, on the color wheel schema, the blue color signifies that the person is analytical. Now, if I had a lot of people from a finance department and I knew that they had those personality traits, I would ensure that when I was presenting, my data would be analytical, it would be fact-driven, and that's more likely to appeal to them and to get them involved. Now, moving on from roles, we also have having a set agenda and this idea of flipping. So agendas are really important in order to be able to set expectations up front. So just kind of jumping into my demo environment here, I've got kind of two meetings. If I open this urgent meeting, it's an urgent meeting, but it says nothing in there. I've got no idea what I'm meant to do, what opinion I'm supposed to have on it. I'm going to walk into that meeting with absolutely no idea of what is expected to me or what we are going to achieve together. Now, if I take this second meeting here, as you can see, the agenda's got the items that we'll discuss, what I will be expected to make decisions on, the resources to support, how long the meeting is supposed to be, and what I am expected to participate in. This gives me a better idea. I can be better prepared for that meeting, and I can engage as the business would like me to do so. Going beyond agendas, we can also flip the meeting. In other words, we can move out all of the content prior to that meeting actually starting. So what do I mean by that? So jumping back into my environment, if I go into my team, you can see here I've already set up a team, but for illustration reasons, we can do things like with Microsoft Word, we can pin a memo into the team. We can even do videos and surface them through Stream or Microsoft Teams. So it's going to ask me for some logon details here. We can move to tasks. We can even use Microsoft lists. So I've got two things. We can use the agenda, or we can flip the meeting. We can take all the content that we often spend a long time talking about, and we can move that out and have people read that and consume it. So again, they are better prepared to have a great meeting. They can walk in prepared. They can walk in with their formulated opinions. They can have time to think about things before the meeting has even occurred. We then, as a third point for the meeting, we have the setup. So we have making sure that people have the right devices, making sure that they can test those devices, and making sure that they've got the new meeting experience turned on. Now, in terms of devices, how do we check this? So within inside our Teams environment, if we go back to our Teams environment, and I'll just pop in the password here to make sure that I can access the rest. Okay. So if I click up on the top right hand side and I go to my meeting settings and I go to the devices, I can check to make sure that I've got the right audio devices, the right speaker, the right microphone. So that is important. But what's also important is that the people in the meeting are supplied with the right devices. They have the right headsets. They have external mics if they need them with noise suppression, or they have the right lighting equipment. It's really surprising when I work with organizations how only certain people manage to get a hold of this equipment and the business is not supplying that to everyone. If we have great devices, we have a great meeting experience. It gives people more confidence and they will engage more fully. We then have the ability to test the devices and make a test call. So before you go into that meeting, make that test call, make sure your network is working properly, make sure all your devices are working properly. And last but not least, turn on the new meeting experience. Now you will find this, okay, under the general settings, and it should be there. The amount of people that I find can't participate in things like together mode or large gallery view because they haven't turned on the new meeting experience. And that is where all of the more engaging functionality is. So we're thinking about the flip meeting, we're thinking about the agenda, we're thinking about roles and setting up prior to the meeting. We're preparing people to have a great meeting. In terms of the inclusivity, we have accessibility, making sure that live captions are turned on within the tenant, making sure that people understand what immersive reader, we're making the meeting accessible for all. The content, making sure that you've gone through the accessibility checker. So if I come like kind of just out of here and I go to review, I can actually check the accessibility of the actual deck itself to make sure that the deck can be easily seen by everyone. So let's just get back into the deck. Last of all, having a code of conduct. So prepare a code of conduct slide. We want to make sure that the meeting is good for everyone, that everyone's opinions and views are respected, that we want to make sure that there isn't any kind of bad behavior or profanity, and that we are having an all-up positive meeting. So having a code of conduct at the beginning of the meeting, and in Teams meetings, I often see now code of conduct slides being up when the meeting starts. Now, we've had a look at the pre-meeting. Let's move on to the meeting itself. We'll start out with the kind of the very basic functionality, such as chat, reactions, and video. So chat is really important within Microsoft Teams meetings and a lot of meetings that I go to. It's not just about viewing and listening to video and seeing what's on screen and what is shared, but there's also meeting chats going and running alongside. That's where the moderator role really comes into play. You want somebody managing that chat. You want somebody responding to people in real time as the presentation or the meeting is going on. In addition, you will see new functionality in the meeting options. So if I go into my meeting and I go into the meeting options and click on the meeting options and come out to this screen, you will show that you can now actually disable the meeting chat. So if you want people to actually engage and focus on what is shared without the chat running alongside, you now have the ability to do that. You also have these meeting reactions, so you can express yourself or you can encourage others whilst they are sharing. So let's just go and take a look at this. I'm in my meeting. If I'm going to share something, so I'm just going to share this PowerPoint right here that's all up on the screen. This is going to take a second to load up. So here is the new presenter view that's going to be shown. You can use the meeting reactions to give people encouragement whilst they are doing their presentation. So the new meeting reactions, that's currently in public preview now, but you can also have the ability to ask questions with your raised hand. So this meeting reactions makes it more engaging. It helps you to engage with what's being presented, but you can also raise your hands to ask questions to engage with the person doing the presentation or the person who is speaking within that meeting. Now, when it comes to video, there's a lot of options that we have for video. So video, and whether you decide to use it, always let that be a choice. Do not have to force people to actually come on camera. That is the general recommendation. Also, don't bug them to be able to come off camera. Respect what people want to do in terms of showing themselves. But we have functionality like the ability to be able to pin or be able to spotlight. So this the second photo here is of spotlight. This is making somebody the center, and we can have that, okay, to make people more engaged with individual speakers. If we're asking questions of the audience, we can spotlight them so that we can kind of put the spotlight down upon them and make them the center of attention. In addition, if people want to just listen along and again, this comes from inclusiveness. They could be in areas of restricted bandwidth or might not like video. You also have the disable incoming video option. So if I was to come to the more options and the 3 dots here, right down the bottom, turn off incoming video, and that way you can just have your meeting as audio as opposed to seeing any video whatsoever. Now, moving on, okay, and how we can use video within meetings. If we move to personalization, a great way to engage people is to use background effects. So we use these customized backgrounds, or you can upload your own. Again, in the Microsoft Teams meeting, you can hover over the turning on the video now, and you can then click on more background effects to set your background, or you can come to the more options, apply the background effects, and then you can choose from ones that are pre-packaged with Microsoft, or you have decided to upload your own. It's a great way, personalization, of coming and almost bringing your identity with you. So people can choose something that feels that they represents them. They're more likely to turn on their camera and engage. In addition to the background effects, we've also got the standard background blur. So that's the blurred background. This is in fact an accessibility feature. So for people that are hard of hearing, background blur is a great way to concentrate on what they're saying. We also have filters. So if you use something like Snap Camera, we can add that to Microsoft Teams and pipe it through as a virtual cam if you want filters to go over the top. So that's almost going one step beyond the custom background. But I would use caution. You have to understand your audience and your context. Please don't ever put on a background image or use a filter that could be offensive to other people, and don't make any assumptions that it's automatically okay to use them. Here's a picture from just the other day that's doing a round on the internet at the moment of a legal meeting in the United States, where one person who joined that meeting had a video filter of them as a cat, which they could not turn off, and it didn't go down well with the other people on that call. So I'm sure you've probably seen that. So personalization is really great, but it has to be used within context. We also have the large gallery mode, the ability to see all participants, and 7x7 mode, together mode, that feeling of togetherness. That can reduce meeting fatigue, reduce people from feeling isolated. And now we have the ability to have alternative scenes. So as well as the standard auditorium, we can have like a dragon's den or a panel style, as well as several others. Focus and presenter mode are also great modes. You've already seen here the presenter mode, but if I click the 3 buttons at the top when I'm sharing, or if somebody else is sharing, we can apply focus mode to reduce and get rid of the meeting stage. So everyone that you see underneath that will actually disappear, so it can focus on the content and not you be distracted by other people. A few other things that we have: polls, which we can do through Microsoft Forms. So within my meeting, if I go to my meeting, you can see, if I go to my calendar item, if I open my calendar item, I've got the ability to now preload polls beforehand, which I can then surface within the Microsoft Teams meeting. That's a relatively recent add to Microsoft Teams, so that's what they look like. And here I can click on the polls within side. Just going to stop presenting there. I can surface polls in my Microsoft Teams meetings. That's great for activities to get people's views upon things. We can have quizzes. So if we use apps like Kahoot, where we test the people within inside our meetings, prizes are also a good way. And this is something that Mark and Randy at Commsverse showed me with the Swagit app. We can use gamification. We can have a test followed by a raffle, for example, using the Swagit app. So by using polls, quizzes, and prizes, we're getting people to interact. We're making it more interesting than just getting them to sit back and listen to content. We also have whiteboarding and breakout rooms. So from the whiteboard, that's all used for ideation. So getting people together, they can actually, this is what they call kinesthetic, getting hands-on. So in the meeting, you can actually write together on the whiteboard. It might be something different than just audio visual, getting actually practical, drawing things out with people, discovering processes, and coming up with new ideas for the business, organizing your ideas, for example, with sticky notes. In addition, the new breakout rooms functionality lets us all break out into individual rooms. You can create up to 50, and this is ideal for working in groups or in education scenarios where you want to pair children up to go and work together within the Microsoft Teams meeting. You can come back in from the breakout rooms into the main meeting. Again, it is mixing up the content. It is keeping it fresh. So I can't recommend enough having some proportion of your meetings that are activity based rather than simply sitting down and talking about things, because that's when people check out. Finally, bring the fun. Make the meetings light and positive. This isn't just about the tools that we have within Microsoft Teams. Try to always keep things on a positive steer. Build the excitement, be passionate with what you're talking about, whether it's the most boring thing in the world. Try to articulate enthusiasm, because it's surprising how much people's behaviors rub off on other people. Within the chat, you have emojis, you have GIFs, you have stickers. Now, again, that is very kind of contextual, and it will differ from meeting and audience and audience. But what I would say is that for me, I started using emojis, GIFs, and stickers with Microsoft Teams. They can say things that are translated that words alone just won't say. And it's great to have and bring a bit of humor into Microsoft Teams meetings. We have to think we're still all in this pandemic. There's still a lot of stress for all of us, but we're all still relatively isolated. So bringing a bit of fun, making the meetings informal is a great way to make people engage. If they're coming out feeling like they've had a good time, chances are they've probably engaged, they've probably been happier. And that's one of the key things when we think about those meeting problems. We want people to come out happy. We want people to come out feeling like they've made a difference. In terms of inclusivity, we have live captions within the Microsoft Teams meeting. So if we've turned them on before the meeting, making sure, because that means it will be easier for people to follow if they're in a noisy environment at home and just want to watch people speaking. We also have speaker attribution now. So who said what, so that the captions are even easier to follow. We can, in our Microsoft Teams meeting, also, if I go to the people roster here, what we can do is implement what we call hard mute, so don't allow attendees to unmute. Now, how would this have to do with kind of inclusivity and engagement? Well, what it means is that people can't be distracted. So if there's a period of time in a meeting where somebody needs to talk, say for 5 or 10 minutes, and they don't want somebody joining and it distracts them and it's distracting for other people, then hard mute. Because we also have to be inclusive to the speakers and make sure that they can speak without it being interrupted. In the Teams chat, we've got the ability to mention, call out people. For the person that's moderating the chat, call out people, get them involved. If they haven't heard from them for some time, what do you think? Mention them explicitly. And that's what I would say when asking questions as well. Typically, asking questions to everyone within the meeting doesn't go down well. Most of the time, you're met with silence. Try to involve people, mention them by name, get to know the names of the people in your meeting, so that you can pick them out and ask them their opinion. They feel more valued. They'll begin to ask more questions, and then treat them with empathy. Recognize their points of view. If your camera's on, a nod when they're speaking will encourage them to engage more and make them feel like they're part of things. The post meeting now, as we finish up, feedback's always a great thing. Finish up with forms. What way can you improve? What went well? What didn't go so well? How can the attendees, how can you make the experience better from them? When you follow up, there's a whole raft of applications within Teams that can be used. So Tasks for Teams, Planner, OneNote, Outlook, for whether it's for your meeting notes or whether it's to set specific tasks for people to follow on. Have something to follow up, whether it's feedback or whether it's a defined action. Also, we have the ability to record within the Teams meeting. So again, under the more options, we can start the recording, record your Teams meetings, and whether you record it into Stream or OneNote and SharePoint in the new experience, make sure it's available for people to rewatch if they want to catch up, because it will have a transcript, but also as well made available for people who couldn't join on short notice. And last of all, what people don't do enough is that after the meeting, broadcast out the outcomes and successes to the rest of your organization. Some final tips for you in terms of what you can do to make Teams more engaging and inclusive. Number one, use PowerPoint Coach, practice your speaking style, get rid of the ums or the colloquial language. PowerPoint Coach with the PowerPoint web app is a really good way. Everyone probably who is speaking at Commsverse today would advocate it. If you want to get one step further and have kind of moving images in the background or start working with green screens, you can use Microsoft Teams with OBS and really level up your meeting and so that you can have things in the background, or you can be side by side with your deck. And also as well, Stream Deck might help for presenters, so you can launch apps at the touch of a button. It's an alternative to keyboard shortcuts and has gone really damn well in the Teams community. The roadmap, to finish off, we have custom layouts. So this is customizing how content shows up. And if we just look at the image there, that's going to be really dynamic. You can give your talk and have your content on in the background. We have dynamic view, which can personalize your view and make it more dynamic and engaging for your attendees. And also as well, that speaker attribution as is being phased in at the moment. But look at what's on the right hand side. Video filters, live reactions goes into GA, chat bubbles, large meeting support, meeting recording is going to go GA, presenter view. There is so much currently that is either being rolled out. I think over the next couple of months, there is going to be a ton of stuff that is going to be more than what you've even seen today. That we're going to have more tools in the kit bag. You can tell by the way that I'm talking about this, I'm just so excited. I love coming up with new ways at how to make meetings enjoyable for people. So returning to the outcomes of this very short session, number one, we looked at the issues of meetings and why people are disengaged with meetings or they're unsatisfied with meetings. There's a lot of evidence to show, but I think all of us know and can pinpoint what those common issues are. The solutions, I've raced through them. I've literally chucked so many. This is a bit of an overload session. There are so many solutions that we have at our fingertips just with Microsoft Teams. And if you want to kind of go beyond, we're looking at things like OBS and Stream Deck, or starting to polish up things with with PowerPoint Coach. We can take it even further. There's also everything that's coming within the roadmap. So in this short session, I hope the outcome is that we can use the intelligent meeting lifecycle, those three acts, the pre-meeting, the meeting, and the post-meeting. We can compartmentalize our meetings and we can focus on each stage in order to make it more engaging and more inclusive. Now, it won't happen all at once. You might just want to focus on one particular area and move to another. But you can decide to break it down, focus on, or try to improve a little bit each time. You don't need to include everything that you've seen in this 30 minutes. You might take one or two things, practice them, refine them, and hopefully that will make a better meeting experience for you. This was a level 100 session. It focused on Microsoft Teams meetings. We had a little bit of demo. If we had a little bit longer, we would have got probably more hands-on. But the caveat is, 4 to 6 weeks this will be valid for. Go to Microsoft Ignite, see some of these roadmap items kind of work their way through, and I'm sure we will have lots more announcements. So I just want to thank you and thank the team at Commsverse. It's ever such a pleasure to speak for you. I really hope that I've kind of captured your imagination. As said, 30 minutes for me is a challenge because there's so much to speak about in that time, but I hope you come away learning even if one or two things that are going to help you in meetings, then this has been completely worth it. I've really loved every minute. I hope that showed in the way that I've been speaking today. So you can catch me on the circuit. There are a few things on the right-hand side, but I just want to thank you again. I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions, because every session has been great today. So I hope you've got a lot out of it. Thank you ever so much.
Managing a team requires cutting through the noise to keep your employees and the business moving forward. But when you're using manual or siloed tools, it can be hard to keep up. Meet Sabine, who leads a team of field technicians. With a workforce that's always on the go, Sabine needs a simple way to manage their tasks anywhere, anytime. Sabine starts by creating a task, assigning its priority, setting the due date, and clarifying. She chooses Raj and assigns.
Hello and welcome to Collaborating in a Universal Workplace by Commsverse and UC Today. This session is called Collaboration Success Stories. It's a panel session with 4 rock stars in this space: Steve Goodman, Amanda Sterner, Tom Arbuthnot, and Martina Grom, and I'm your host, Randy Chapman. I'll be asking the panelists some questions on some of the challenges they saw in 2020 and how they help their users and their customers. Sit back and enjoy. Hope you get a lot out of this. So let's start with Martina. What are some of the challenges or the common challenges you saw with your customers in 2020?
So some of the challenges were that many customers were simply not prepared for new situations like we focused in 2020. So many organizations were prepared for having 30% working remote, and then we went from 1 minute to another to 100% remote work environment. And this was one of the biggest challenges many of my customers had. And that means they had to prepare on a technical level. Is all their network working right? Do everyone have a machine working from home? How is it with homeschooling? How can they work there? How can they work together from there? And then some other customers were pretty prepared on that already. They said, yeah, Martina, we are good. We know how to work remote and we know how to collaborate in Microsoft Teams, and everything went pretty well.
Excellent. Tom?
Yeah, I think much the same as what Martina said. It's interesting. It was initially technical challenges and then it moved to cultural challenges. So initially it was get everybody working, and then slowly over time it was like, well, we've sorted that goal, but actually are people engaged? Are people productive? Burnout, all those kind of challenges came through.
Okay, Steve?
I think the customers that hadn't really planned for any of this at all were most surprised by what they had to do, so quickly. Some saw it as quite a small challenge, and then they're sort of catching up with that because they all got told, look at how much digital transformation has occurred over the last 12 weeks and stuff like that. And then they soon realized that they hadn't really done the groundwork for that. And that, I think that's almost going to be a long challenge. There's going to be a long end of that that's going to need to be solved.
Yeah. Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has a little bit to do with what Steve just said. I mean, I've seen a really interesting shift between like doing it quickly, making it possible for people to work, and doing it in a good manner. I mean, like we all know, chatting and meeting, that's not Microsoft Teams. That's not the strength. That's just the beginning. So that's one of the biggest challenges I've seen.
Great, thanks for that. So we talked about the common challenges. Tom, what was the biggest challenge you saw with one particular customer in 2020?
Yeah, I think just the dealing with the pace. So we deal with customers from anywhere with a few thousand seats to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and like lots of them had procedures about IT projects that had to go out the window very quickly. Like I saw a Teams rollout for a 60,000 plus happen in a couple of weeks. It was like that was going to be a year project, and it was suddenly like, well, we're doing it now. But to their credit, most orgs got out of their own way to make things happen. I think that was the biggest challenge, dealing with the pace.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree there. Steve?
So I think what Tom describes, what happened in a lot of places where, they had to sort of get out of the way and do things very, very quickly. Probably the biggest challenge with one particular customer it didn't happen over a long period of time. And similar to Tom, we have large enterprise customers. Another part of the business really sort of focuses on mid-sized customers as an MSP. So we had a variety of different engineering customers all having to come together very, very quickly at the same time on Microsoft Teams to work to help do something to do with healthcare and get stuff made in a short period of time. And that was challenging for a lot of those engineering customers because they weren't very far on their Teams journey. They're very security conscious. They didn't want people to be going out into other tenants, especially one that they didn't know about, and it's got to happen today. And that was a challenging few days, and it was around about the same time that Microsoft were having to scale up the service as well. So some of the issues that you might remember, I think we still see the messages today around provisioning in Teams. There was a lot of sort of hammering that in as we brought lots and lots of guests in at once and rerunning PowerShell scripts to get stuff in, all behind the scenes. So that seems like a weird sort of challenge to have, but it was probably the biggest one that was outside of the normal Teams deployment projects.
Okay, Martina.
So the biggest challenge I had with the customer is that they weren't prepared network-wise, and people just hadn't devices working from home. So they had to create kind of a shift planning that they said, okay, you can work from 8 to 10. The next person can work from 10 to 12, and so on. And then they signed up for the free version of Teams. And we had to do all the preparation, the security, the governance after the fact. And this was a big challenge for us.
Yeah. And Amanda?
I think the biggest challenge I've seen is it has nothing to do with the pandemic, and it's the scary cloud. And I mean, if you want to do it correctly, people need to make sure that they trust the cloud, and especially since Swedish, we don't have any like specific laws. They're really up for you to say, okay, I want to do this, or I don't want to do this. So when you want to do it quick, want to make people be able to collaborate, it doesn't come like good hand in hand with making sure you have everything up to date with GDPR and stuff like that. And that's, I mean, for some customers it's easier. For some customers, I find it a little bit trickier. And yeah, always a very interesting question.
Okay, great. So Amanda, continuing on with that challenge, were you able to help, and what did you do?
Oh gosh, were I able to help? I mean, I'm trying. I'm trying to help, and I think Microsoft has good guidance, but it's up to the specific company to feel if they feel safe or not. So it is hard, but I've done my best, and I'm still doing it. And I mean, security, that's a whole nother big area. That's not my core competency, but you learn something new every day.
Great. Martina, same question.
From a change management perspective, we were able to help because we just started with very simple programs to onboard users, to get them started right away, to show them how to mute, unmute them. So best practices, Teams netiquette, and things like that. So they have an easy entry, and we start to build a community with them that we said, okay, we meet 30 minutes prior the meeting, and we will just chat that people can stay together and kind of connected. And also we trained them to turn the cameras on because it's quite important to see the faces as well. And yeah, it worked.
Okay, great. Tom?
Yeah, I guess similar to Amanda, we saw lots of security things. But actually, I mean, I feel like this is one thing the pandemic helped with. If there is any positive in this horrible situation, it's that a lot of security teams got pushed into business requirements first, and now it's happened. Like, actually, there was no need to worry about teams. Like, they've retrofitted the security policies, but it was mostly fear of the unknown. Being forced to do it has forced the whole project in the conversation. So we've seen really big financials go 100% remote, call recording remote. Like I've heard loads of conversations about this can't be done remote, that can't be done remote. Turns out when you have to do it remote, it can be done remote. So I feel like this really unblocked a lot of organizations to get the idea of remote working at scale.
Yeah. Steve?
Yeah, I agree on the security aspect. Now that seems a common theme, doesn't it? You know, on all of the areas that we talked about, connectivity, security. I'm not 100% sure I agree with Tom. Unfortunately, I think that the security folks will come back with a vengeance.
Do you think we're coming back? Oh no, don't tell me that. I'm trying to find a positive.
You know, I think.
I promise they do.
Yeah, this
is my glimmer of hope.
Well, don't be too hopeful. I'll give you an example you probably have heard before, where you go to an organization and they will have Slack, they will have had Zoom or other terrible technologies like that, and then they've got a problem with implementing Teams. They go, oh, we can't do this. There's too many policies that need to be applied, and that's because it got in through the door. And security have now said, I want this out. You'll have to get rid of Zoom. I want Slack gone. Teams Teams looks like it'll meet our requirements. So I think there's that aspect to it as well, where when you start a Teams project, you sort of question, well, why can't, if you could do Slack and you could do Zoom, why can't we do Teams as easily? And it's because security don't want to make the same mistakes again. Now they've made one of those exceptions to suit the business. I think they're going to throw out Teams and get another solution, or we've got to lock it down and make sure that it ticks the right boxes with usability.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think we'll see a retrofit of those policies, but hopefully it won't go all the way back to you can't have it, to some kind of sensible middle ground. But yeah, fair point.
Yeah, I had a customer. We said we talked to them about April. I think I last saw them. They were the second to last customer I went on site to see, and they hadn't rolled out Teams apart from a few people in IT. Spoke to them in late March, April, and they said we've rolled it out to everybody. And they said, the thing we need to do next is forward fix, and they recognise that, very quickly. Not everybody has.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that as well. People just getting out of their own way. I love that phrase.
Also, I agree on that. And I have another story. One of my customers, they disabled Teams recording for security reasons. And then we see from the data that we got a lot of live events suddenly. And then we asked the people, why are you doing live events with 5 people there? This makes no sense. Yeah, but we need to record that. And we can in live events. And we are not allowed to do that. And then they did hit the 16 parallel live event limit that we had before. And then the management decided, oh, we need to go to Zoom Enterprise, because in Zoom Enterprise, we can record sessions. And this could happen if security says, no recording allowed, and very strong policies around that.
Yeah, definitely. Users find a way, don't they? And they'll quite happily go to and find an alternate tool if you don't meet them halfway.
Yeah, and this is maybe also one of the learnings we have. We need to support our users and not the other way around. And we need to help them work in a comfortable way and not with bricks somewhere.
do the users need a bigger voice? You know, I mean, who needs a bigger voice? Is it the people that pay for the project? Is it the people that implement the project, the kind of IT and IPSEC and those kind of people? Or is it the users? I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll go first then. I think, see, I'm a bit biased here because I always think a good Teams project starts with a bit of user research. And with this last year, we've not had to find a reason why people might want to use Teams, right? But I still think that's absolutely crucial. And listening to what people want, you know, we've done user research even after people have rolled out Teams, and they've still got views on how the service should be, things that aren't going well for them. And seeing user research done after the deployment of Teams, I found more interesting because it exposed a lot of things that I felt were probably true. And many IT pros go, I don't like the way that this works. Hearing them from the rest of the business in a formal way, I think that's good, and it allows a formal process to begin to map out how the tools can solve problems for people.
Okay, Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, I really agree. It's much easier if we understand the different needs from our users. And of course, I mean, we have a fixed product where we can do lots of magic if we want to, but we have the standard things. But I find that the different needs aren't that different for many companies. They have some, they want to be able to have a whiteboard, share files, etc. So, but making them feel valuable and that the product is for you and it's not the IT thing. I think that's really important and a key factor for successful products.
Martina?
Yeah, and I think the key factor is also to stay productive, because it's hard with people working from home, doing homeschooling, have their children there. Probably they're working from small apartments. They are not prepared for that. And then you have on the other side the IT operations and security, which needs to have a secure environment because users trust security and users trust IT operations. So it's kind of a mixture of all of them, but for me the main part is that the user has a place he can work with, and it needs to be comfortable for them and secure at the same time.
Tom?
Yeah, I think it might be a bit dream world again, but consistency of voice is what I aspire for. Is the security say the policy is this, but the users are doing a completely different thing, and the business has a different thing as well. It's like, well, if your policy is you can't share files externally, why do you turn a blind eye to using ABC tool? I feel like it's getting less and less excusable in terms of compliance to say, well, we don't allow share files. Well, you know full well everybody's using Box or Dropbox. It doesn't matter what the tool is, but no, we don't allow it. And I think we'll see from governance and compliance more clamp down on organizations who pretend they're not doing things when they know they are. You know, that's not going to stand for the long term, I don't think.
Okay. And continuing with Tom, what, if anything, gets overlooked during these projects?
Martina said the user adoption is definitely a thing, and we've seen that overlooked terribly in pandemic terms because rushing it out there obviously is a thing. But you do need to support those users, and beyond just learning how to join a meeting, learning, as Amanda said, learning how to properly collaborate. I think there's a big retrofit job to do on Teams to say, look, okay, you get how to join a meeting, but this thing does so much more. How can we help and support you? And whenever economic times are hard as well, that's always the first thing to get cut, sadly. So I think that's a big area that needs focus.
Okay, Martina.
For me, it's the human factor. And I see that now with working remote, and also when I listen to the previous session, it's like we are all literally talking with a dark screen since 1 year now. And many of us miss the social connections as well. And I think in any project and every enterprise needs to be aware that their employees need some social connection as well. and some human factor in any project.
Okay, Steve.
I think there is an aspect for thinking about the fact that you've got on-prem, I was going to say in the office workers who are now working from home, and then you've got first-line workers as well. And some of the customers I work with, there is a sort of weird divide between the two, where almost like the haves and the have-nots, where I've spoken to customers where they've kind of felt that the people that are going into the business are still, still having to go into work. They resent the people that are working from home, where they've got this mix. As a manufacturing customer I was thinking of in particular, where there is that sort of mix of people going in, people not going in. That I don't think has really been something that's been easy to solve, because it is purely a human factor to this. The technology is making it all possible, but it's not it's not one where we've got a lovely solution that's going to solve that. I think the other aspect to that is devices. But we're still in an era where, especially like in the UK, people aren't really focusing on getting the right equipment for people. I don't know of many employers that are getting the right desks and chairs out to their people, especially in the sort of smaller businesses. Whereas if you went back 5-10 years and somebody was going to be a teleworker, then or working from home, then they'd do some sort of health and safety assessment. And I've seen a weird. I mean, I'm doing it myself. I bought most of my equipment. It's a weird aspect where the employee now thinks they have to buy their own stuff. When did that come around? Why am I buying my own desk? I mean, I had one before. No offense, work, but if you worked at a bank and you were told you had to work from home, why are they telling you to go to IKEA and buy all your own kit? That seems a weird aspect as well.
Yeah.
It's been overlooked and no one's really complained about.
Cheaping out on audio video kit as well is a big one. I think you're 100% right. Like giving them a ridiculous amount of money for a budget for kit at home when they're wearing a headset all day, every day, or like lighting and webcams and stuff. It's so fundamental. Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, Amanda.
I don't think I have much to add, actually. I was thinking about what Tom talked about, user adoption, and I've been feeling that it feels a little bit trickier to do fun like campaigns and stunts in the office when people aren't in the office. You have to work a lot more with communications, and well, it all comes down to how much are people using your internet and Yammer and such as that. And then Steve started talking about the like headsets and stuff like that, and that's such an interesting thing that no one of us think it's weird. I mean, I bought a desk, I bought my webcam, I bought everything, and how is that not a thing that people are complaining about? This should be my employees. Makes me mad.
But for the session,
we're starting a conversation on Twitter. Yeah.
Well, when Ståle and I were talking about this, I didn't point out that he owns a company and could be in charge of one of these processes. So I'll stay away from that bit. But we sort of agreed that if you are making it multi-use, like I will play games on it and stuff like that, then I don't feel too bad about it. If I make it my space, but then you've got the challenge of mixing home and work. But fundamentally, there's something there that just perhaps over time, when people start getting backache from the chair they bought from IKEA, maybe all that'll come out in the wash.
Definitely agree there. So Amanda, name one piece of advice you'd offer to companies thinking about this kind of transformation.
Okay, I think my most important advice is it's fine to start small. I mean, it's fine to start with the meeting and the chat, but you can't end there. Microsoft Teams is so much more. It isn't called the hub for teamwork for nothing. So just make sure to continue the journey with all the smart, fantastic, cool things you can do with Microsoft Teams. So that's my one thing.
One thing. Tom, one thing.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of a start with why, and in an honest way. Like, what are we trying to achieve? In the pandemic, it might just be get people on audio, video, so they can carry on working. But don't pretend you're doing digital transformation or a collaboration project if you're not. And if you are trying to get people to collaborate, then be honest about what your goal is and how much you're going to put in to need to change culture. But I see lots of people doing Teams meetings and telephony and pretending they're doing digital transformation. I'm like, yeah, okay, not really though, because they're just doing the same thing they always did on a slightly better platform. So yeah, an honest conversation about why is always fun for me.
Martina, one thing.
Stop trying and start doing.
Yeah.
That feels like a tip for life, but not just projects.
It is.
Steve.
You've had all the good points.
We have, yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to say, don't focus solely on the UC aspect. So that would be the best piece of advice. So if you've heard it a few times as an answer, there must be something in it.
Okay. Martina, what new tools are there to help with all these challenges?
So this week or last week, Microsoft announced Microsoft Viva. And Viva is an employee experience app, and I like the approach because Microsoft is building a new service out of Microsoft 365 single services. And the purpose of the service is not to create just the next tool we have to use in the future. It's more a mixture of different services which will help the employees being more productive. So you have a learning component in there, you have an insight component in there, you have a search component in there, and I think those kind of employee experience apps will really help in the future that people stay more connected and also have a value around employee well-being with meditation apps or other things. So it's like a social connection, and I'm really excited about the direction Microsoft is going, because they are not going into a service or product approach like new team, new Yammer, new whatever. It's more like, now we have a service you can use and get value out of that, and I like that a lot.
Okay, Tom.
Can we leave Steve till last again, so it's the hardest answer?
Absolutely.
Yes. I mean, I think the question is challenging. What new tool? I think we've got enough tools. Like, we've got a whole amazing array of cloud tools and options. I think that question is slightly flawed. Like, Viva's not gonna. It looks awesome, but it's not going to solve the problem if you don't have the goal and the commitment and the drive and the change and everything else. So, yeah, I'd like to say, don't focus on tools. Go back and focus on what you're trying to achieve. Use what you've got. Don't wait for the next thing.
Yeah. Amanda?
I mean, I've had too much of a non-community life the last week, so I haven't read that much about Viva. So Martina, she sent me a great link. You know, sometimes it happens. So I'm saving the exciting stuff for later.
I mean, yeah. Okay. That kind of extends to existing tools. So, you know, the one that was springs to mind is the Insights app that lives inside of Teams, which is kind of springboarding onto Viva, but it kind of brings in some tools that have been there for a little while, the focus time. And
I've heard lots of good reviews of that Cortana forcing focus time in calendars, like from all different customers saying that's a good thing. So that definitely rings true.
I hate the idea that it has been branded by some as Microsoft, you know, rehashing a bunch of technologies and putting them together, because although it is, all that says to me is it's quite a mature product. It's not like they've suddenly launched all these, you know, 4 pillars at once without doing something first. Because we saw some of these at Ignite, like that, the home site app for Teams, bring your intranet into Teams in a good way. Insights as My Analytics. You've got an Insights app in Outlook already. And then you've got the workplace analytics, which has been a big thing for Microsoft. So I think that's pretty good. I've seen other tools on the market, like, LinkedIn have got that Glint product that's going to be brought in. Ask how your days are doing. We use something like that where I work, and it's really good. How it's received will be another thing. It's not aimed at us, though, is it? This is the whole branding and packaging is aimed at people who are focused on HR technology, not Microsoft 365 folks. So they'll be looking at a market, looking for products that do certain things. They'll be closer to internal comms teams as well. So they're less interested in whether an answer in topics is presented via Yammer, and more interested in the suite that is Teams and how it works together. So my piece would be get your governance right for Teams. The underlying group's governance for that will also flow into tools like Yammer as well, and it'll give you that good foundation to build on, and let HR come to you with this need, but be aware of what it is. This isn't something you'll be launching as an IT pro to the business. Somebody else will probably be doing that with your assistance.
Yeah, but keep in mind, take your consultant, trainer, whatever it is that you do, architect hat off. You're still a user as well. You see these emails from the insights thing that says, you had 3 hours of downtime this week or last month.
3,
God
Randy? My God.
3 hours. Yeah, 3 whole hours. Yeah.
How are you feeling today, Randy?
I feel tired. Yeah. So, especially when I look at that. Yeah.
I totally agree on that. Cortana sent me an email where she suggested to book 2 hours of learning, 2 hours of focus time, 1 hour of well-being, and then half of my day was gone. So, but it was a nice try. So I really liked it.
You should not just tell your boss. Cortana told me to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easier when you're not independent, right?
Yeah. Can I book that for you? Sure.
Yeah, can I book that for you? Absolutely, go for it. Yeah, yeah.
I let it do it, and then if people want that time, they can ask for it, because it's they can't just drop something in the calendar.
Yeah, but this is also something what I started last year, is to book focus time, longer time periods, because we all tend to go into back-to-back meetings with no time in between, and this is really exhausting. And I see that a lot, that people are now starting to fill in breaks in between those back-to-back meetings.
Yeah, which get overbooked really quickly as well. Yeah.
That's one of my things I wish Microsoft would change the default on. Like, if they changed the default to 25, 55-minute meetings, I mean, I know it wouldn't change the world straight away, but just a little signal of like, you give people airtime so they don't go back to back.
Yeah,
it seems like such an easy change to make, and have an impact.
They have it in Outlook, and I tried to do it.
You can do it via GPO, kind of, sort of, but I want a button in Office 365 that says, everybody's tired of back-to-back meetings, press this button, 25, 55.
And it's got to work in Teams as
so
well.
You mean on tenant level? So
yeah,
tenant wide. Yeah, okay.
That would be nice.
Great. Okay, right. We're at the half-hour mark. We want to get to the after party. So nothing left to say except for thank you to my fantastic panelists. We had some great discussion. Hope you've all had a great Commsverse, and we'll see you in the next event. Hopefully the in-person event with a little bit of fair wind and following on a vaccine. And that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everybody at Commsverse. It's a pleasure to come and play for you. It's nice to be out of the house. And we're looking forward to coming and partying with you later this year at some point, whenever that may be. But until then, just a few little tunes from me and Oz. Thinking about thinking of you. Summertime, think it was June. Yeah, I think it was June. Laying back, head on the grass, chewing gum and having some laughs. Yeah, having some laughs. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one. I'm the one. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one. I'm the one. Drinking pot, drinking for two. Drinking with you when drinking was new. Sleeping in the back of my car, although we never went far and didn't need to go far. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one, the one. I don't know where we are going now. I don't know where we are going now. Wake up, all the coffee and juice, remembering you. What happened to you? I wonder if we'll meet again. Talking about life since then. Talking about why did it end? You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one, the one. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one, the one. I don't know where we are going now. I don't know where we are going now. So take a look at me now. Oh, 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 take a look at me now.
Sorry, I think I'm on some big issues here. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
No worries. Times like these call for a song like this, don't they?
It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This one's a little love song. Can't explain all the feelings that you're making me feel. My heart's in overdrive and you're behind the steering wheel. Touching you, touching me, touching you, God, you touch me. I believe in a thing called love, just to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. Believe in a thing called love. I wanna kiss you every minute, every hour, every day. You got me in a spin, but everything is A-okay. Touching you, touching me, touching you, God, you touch me. I believe in a thing called love, just to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in a thing called love. Guitar. Touching you, touching me, touching you, God, you touching me. Woo! I believe in a thing called love, just to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in God, love. Whoa!
Big tune, that. I get up and nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest around, and I know, baby, just how you feel. You gotta roll with the punches and get to what's real. Oh, can you see me standing here? I got my back against a record machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen.
and jump. Go ahead, jump. Oh, you, who said that? Baby, how you been? They say you won't know, you don't know until you begin. Oh, can you see me standing here? I got my back against a record machine. I ain't the words that you sing. Oh, can you see what I mean? Might as well jump. Go ahead, jump. Get up and jump. Go ahead, jump. Jump. Get up and jump. Go ahead, jump. Go on and jump. Go ahead, jump. Jump.
Sweet. Sweet jump, bro.
Should we do one for the Iron Maiden fans?
Yes, look.
There's always an Iron Maiden fan in there.
Her name is Noel, and I have a dream about her. She rings my bell, ding. Got gym class in half an hour. Oh, how she rocks in kits and tube socks. But she doesn't know who I am, and she doesn't give a damn about me. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Yeah, I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, maybe with me.
Do you know about her boyfriend, Oz? Well, tell me all about him.
Her boyfriend's a and he brings a gun to school and he'd simply kick my ass if he knew the truth. He lives on my block and he sucks on my hands, but he doesn't know who I am, and he doesn't give a damn about me. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Yeah, I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, maybe with me. Whoa, like mold. It's prom night and I am lonely, lo and behold. She's walking over to me, this must be fake. My lip starts to shake. How does she know who I am? And why does she give a damn about? I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby like you.
I can't wait to come and play this one for you. It's a banger.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. Starting out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now she's falling asleep and he's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick, but it's all in my head as she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. I just can't look. It's killing me and taking control. Jealousy turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just a pride. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I miss the bright side. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. Starting out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. Now she's falling asleep and he's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick, but it's all in my head as she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. And I just can't look. It's killing me and taking control. Jealousy
I've got it all planned in my head. It's all right. It'll make sense. Right, this one was a big request, so we wanted to make sure we could play it for you. It goes a little bit like this.
Load up on guns, bring your friends, it's fun to lose, to pretend she's overboard, self-assured. I know, a dirty word. Hello, 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 how low, hello, 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 how low, hello, 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 how low. I'm worse at what I do best, and for this gift I feel blessed. Our little group has always been and always will until the end. Hello, hello, how low, hello, 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 how low, hello. Oh, hello, 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 hello. When the lights out, this is danger. Here we are now, entertainers, so stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertainers. I'm Burnout, and I'm mosquito, not a beetle. Hey. Not forget, it's why I taste. Yeah, I guess found it hard to find. Well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 how low, hello, 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 how low, hello, hello, hello. How low, hello, hello. When the lights out.
It's been a pleasure to play for you guys today. It's been lovely to be out of the house, to be honest. But we're looking forward to seeing you later this year. And until then, we can't live with or without you.
See the stones set in your eyes, feel the thorn twist in your side. I'll wait. Sleight of hand and twist of fate, a bed of nails, she makes me wait. And I'll wait. With or without you, with or without you. Through the storm we reach the shore, give it all, but I want more. And I'll wait. With or without you, with or without you, oh, I can't live. With or without you, and you give yourself away, and you give away, and you give, and you give. And you give yourself away. My hands are tied. You got me with nothing away.